All right, hey there, everybody. All right, looks like that's working. Okay, so we had a real short stream on Monday, but we did get what we were trying to get done. So that's good. But yeah, apparently I guess we're at the last bit of the game, so we're just gonna finish it off, I suppose. And then as soon as we do that, whatever that is, we'll hop into Tyrion Cuthbert. Um, so yeah, I think what happened here was they patched the death in the other version of the game in the base Persona 3 Reload, but not in Persona 3 Reload Episode Aegis. So we could kill him with Armageddon, but you wouldn't normally necessarily be able to do that. I don't actually know if that's what exactly happened for sure, but anyway, let's just head on in here. So we should actually be at the drop-off point to the whatever it is. We've already turned the bloody button. So theoretically we're done? I don't know, we'll find out. This might actually just be a boss fight. Yeah, this might actually just be a boss fight. Okay.
Is this the deepest part of the abyss of time?
You think so? Looks the same as everywhere else to me.
It would make sense, considering the path we've taken, and that means the source of the abyss, and therefore the time loop, should be here.
Oh, I almost forgot. Speaking of the abyss, I found something in those notes about it that I mentioned earlier.
You did?
They said that this place came to be as a reaction to the creation of Tartarus.
A reaction?
Yes, because a giant tower appeared out of nowhere and ended up leaving a massive hollow in its place. That's the abyss.
What? I'm not exactly sure I follow what her explanation is there.
So they've known about this place for 10 years?
Who's they?
They thought that it would be harmless if left alone, and that it would probably disappear when Tartarus did. But the notes also said that since the abyss is just a byproduct of Tartarus, there shouldn't be any shadows in it.
Seriously? Counterpoint, there's a shitload of shadows here! And did they forget a decimal place or something?
What did I miss there by accident? And if it was supposed to go poof along with Tartarus, then why are we standing in it?
No, their logic makes sense, but some kind of force prevented it from vanishing. So the other side's disappearance caused an imbalance.
What could that force be?
Who knows? Maybe it's down here somewhere, but one thing's for certain. It's deeply connected to all of you.
The hell's up with that? What'd we do to deserve this?
Well, there's another...
Great power, great responsibility, yada yada.
If it is down here, then maybe...
So whatever's past that could be what's causing all this?
If we leave out Aegis, Metis, and me, whose past is left?
I thought that maybe that little tiny short clip with Fuka would be like what counted for her, but yeah.
Yeah. Gotta be someone else with a reason for their power, right?
Well, there's no point wasting time thinking about it. It's literally right there. Let's just open it. Then we'll know.
Whatever the cause is, it's strong enough to keep the abyss of time from disappearing, and we'll be trying to destroy it. We could be in for a battle. We should make sure we're prepared for that.
She's right. This is where we aim to settle everything.
I should probably have charged up all my
We can do this.
my theurgies before I came in here, but it's fine. We'll just have to make do with what we got. Or lose, that's also an option. Okay, where are we?
I am...
Going very end of Evangelion here.
Wait.
You need a Naruto run, that's how you catch up to him.
Wait. No, don't go. I promised to protect you. I dedicated my entire existence to it. But I can't fulfill my purpose now. There's nothing I can do anymore. Is there?
Damn it. Is there anything left for me to live for? Is there a mean to any of it?
Meaning to any of it? If this is what it's like now, then I wish I could just be a simple machine again.
I don't think you're ever a simple machine, honestly. You're a pretty complicated machine, honestly. All right, so that's meta. That's where metis comes from.
So, that was the cause?
Well, don't look at me.
Well, I was glad to be able to see him again, even if it was just from behind.
Indeed.
That was obviously Aegis' memory just now. But what's it mean? I guess that was supposed to be her reason for awakening, but she already had a persona.
She didn't awaken to that one. She awakened to the persona abilities that he had. I guess, what was that memory? And when did it happen?
It's where I would always wake up. It was so painful losing him. I couldn't bring myself to do anything, so I just hid in my room. For a while, I did nothing but chase after him in my dreams.
Oh, I guess. Sister.
Eventually, I stopped having dreams at all. It felt like the weight on my chest was lightening, until it was lifted entirely. What we saw just now must have been the last time I had that dream. But honestly, I don't know why that would be my reason.
It's probably arguably metis's.
Sister, are you still in pain? The person we saw in your dream. He's the one with the same power as you, isn't he?
So that's what's supposed to have caused all this? How? None of this makes sense.
You still don't get it? We only saw it in my sister's memory. But all of you want to see him again, right? If that's the case, then the conclusion is simple.
What are you saying?
I guess what I said at the beginning was right after all.
I'll have to murder all of you.
Eliminating all of you would have been the fastest way to solve this.
So, that figure we keep seeing.
Wait, something's wrong.
What the?
Just as I thought, a monster is coming. Your regrets themselves given form.
Why didn't you cast Samara Karma on me? God damn it.
Is that...
No way. Are you shitting me?
What the hell is this thing?
It's the cause of everything. The abyss of time not disappearing. Shadows being present within it. What you see now is a being of your own creation.
You know, you'd think that this would actually be fairly easy because there's no way that, like, my build as it was could solo all four of the other people, but you know, whatever. Alright.
Summoning! Persona, engage!
Well, I guess I could cast Armageddon, but you know, whatever.
I
let's start off with some other stuff here. Let's just try out Zeodyne, see if he's immune to that. I don't know what the weaknesses are going to be here. I'm guessing there won't be any. Or he's going to do the thing where he like flips through a bunch of different personas and I have to try to remember what their weaknesses are, which I will not be able to do. So that'll be fun. Also, I'm looking at the hit point drops and I'm oh, is that a crit? No? Okay, I'm not sure why I did that. Athena. Well, that's interesting. Okay. I don't know if I want to do... I don't know if I want to do Revolution that badly. If he's using Athena. So the reason I can do that is because, like, Aegis has that sort of ability to pierce through enemy defenses, but also I've got a very high crit build. That's why I was considering using, what's it called? Revolution. Alright, so he nullifies Pierce and he's defending against both physicals, but he's susceptible to all elements, okay. So you can go ahead and just keep hitting him with this. So I kind of have to unfortunately do stuff like this, but I can do a charge and then I can use a Theurgy here for Metis, so we'll probably do the single target. Do I want to re-debilitate? I'm gonna do this again. I'll have Ken do that with items. Do I have a single target one? I don't think I do. Okay. Well, I might as well do a Depleting Sutra then. So this will keep it down. I can go ahead and do Tranquility here. And I can go ahead and do Charging Blitz here. If I could get a crit off this, that would be amazing. But I don't have any bonuses for that, so it's just down to luck. Which, not usually with me. It's like, yeah, I didn't get the, like, 1% chance, so it's fine. I don't think that he actually does have that many hit points, though. I think I could kill him with Armageddon. These are about to go back up, but yeah, let's just do it. Okay, and you are going to continue doing our support stuff, although we are protected for a turn. Do I not have my Maracakaja potatoes? It's just my Maracakaja, damn it. Okay. I don't think we've actually got anything that actually deals with that. Okay, whatever. We're kind of just on the timer until Aegis can get her ability there. Just gonna give him a couple hits with our charges. I wonder if this boss has multiple phases, though. It kind of wouldn't surprise me. Okay, that doesn't really matter. That's fine. Well, it's a reflection of, like, everybody here. Alright, so it's just Garu that he's immune to, but we can switch to more physicals if we want to. Doesn't really make a difference, though. Karkarn on Yukari. No, who took that? Aegis. I could use Megiddo with Aegis. That would actually be good here.
How can I help my sister?
Should be charged. Well, shit. At least that's not Diarahan or something like that. That would have really sucked. Okay, let's see if this works, and this might game over me, but, you know, whatever. I might be instantly doomed because I lose all my hit points here. Okay, is there another phase? He'll still be there as long as we still have regrets, I guess. He's the only one that looks good in this animation style, Makoto. Um, I don't fully agree with that. I think the other ones look okay. They spend a lot more attention on him, though.
A monster of our own creation? But that was...
Don't worry, Yukari. It may have taken his form, but that was a shadow. At least it seemed like one to me.
Not exactly. If there were those butterflies, that kind of implies that it's Philemon instead of Nyarlathotep or whatever, but I don't remember how much that actually counts for the canonicity of this. I'm pretty sure it does, though.
Wait, how does that make sense? It was used in personas. Personas are supposed to be used to fight shadows, right?
Wait, so you don't know? Personas and shadows are the same thing. That's why you're able to fight them in the first place.
Koromaru looks like an ex-drug addict. Koromaru's a dog. I mean, what's a drug addict dog look like, really?
Shadows are the basis components of the human mind. Suppressed thoughts given physical form.
Yeah.
When people lose the strength to face the darkest parts of themselves, those parts break loose, free from all control. But in rare cases, people with a certain awareness are able to consciously tame their shadows. That's all it is.
So, persona users are just people who can control their own shadows?
It's not exactly that. If you go into it with the other games in mind, that's not exactly what's happening, but it's kind of close.
Wait, back up a sec. So, personas and shadows are just different names for the same thing?
No, but you know, a drug addict dog would look like a Spanish-speaking Chihuahua from the Taco Bell commercials. Well, that's just like all Chihuahuas look. So fair enough. Like Chihuahuas do look like drug addicts, but that's because their eyes look like they're tweaking out all the time.
How didn't you know? Wouldn't whoever created me and my sister had to have known that?
Doesn't it have to have known that? Whatever.
No one involved with that is still alive.
We hope.
So then, our personas are the cause of all this?
How can a human being come up with this example? I mean, they probably ate a lot of Taco Bell while high. That is a thing that a lot of people do.
The power of shadows affects both time and space. So it makes sense that your subconscious thoughts would be manifested through your personas. You can't accept time moving on. You don't want to.
Yeah, I was able to. I did get the bloody button. The thing that I didn't notice, like that the death in this version of it, like you can just Armageddon. He doesn't actually have very many hit points. So I think that they might have patched him in the base game and not the DLC. So it was actually really easy.
So
Once I figured that out, that I could just lead off with that basically.
that's why it looked like him.
Time stopped, just like we wanted. And now we're stuck here with our memories. We're the ones who trapped ourselves. How ironic.
Well, that is how that sort of works. You're only trapped in your own mind when you're in these sort of mental states, especially like what Aegis is in.
Well, regardless of what it was, we beat that thing.
Does that help?
We understand our regrets. So shouldn't we be able to leave now?
Yes.
Well, you understand your regrets, but do you still regret things? He has 8,000 HP in both. I couldn't actually. No, I didn't actually have the ability to beat him with Armageddon in the base game. I'm pretty sure I had it, and I had to wait till he was like half health or something like that. Trying to get everyone to level 99. Why?
Whoa! What the hell's this now?
You're all Power Rangers now. The only one who's gonna stick with that's Yukari, but you know.
It looks like a key. Those must be the keys that will allow you to leave. Once you make it outside, the abyss of time should disappear on its own.
Key of Time.
But, why are there 8 of them?
Because you all had a hand in causing this. These keys can be likened to the power of your hearts. The door should open if you use all 8 at once.
Strength of heart, when united, is barred by no door.
Can one shot? Okay. Yeah, I don't remember why. Maybe I didn't have it? I don't know. So it doesn't look like I actually didn't have a single team in across both games, but I did just stick with one team in each of them.
Is this what he meant?
So, we just put them all together and we're good? Cool. Then let's get the hell out of here. Oh, wait, these are for the dorm entrance, right?
There is that. But it's not your only option. There's another door as well. One that doesn't lead to the outside world. You can exit through it, or the entrance. Those are your choices.
A door that doesn't lead outside, huh? So the one to his room. Why the choice?
That would be very funny if they chose that one, but it literally just like led to his room. It's just like the room is just there.
The entrance will return you to the present, but the other door leads to the past.
The past?
The world of the past. You've all been there many times now.
Yeah, every time we went to the mall.
But this time, the abyss will disappear if you go through that door. You'll actually be in the past.
Raise all the stats 99. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine trying to do that. That sounds like so tiring. Played 2 times to who am I? I'm missing just Koromaru and Junpei basically. And technically I have played a little bit of Junpei in this one because like you were forced to during the earlier parts course. I guess I only used Akihiko like a little bit, but
What? Are you being straight with us?
Why would I lie? I'm just telling you what I know.
go back to the past. When I'm dying, use Samara Karma on me, please, God.
Let me see if I understand correctly. We have to choose between moving forward past our regrets or revisiting the source of them. What do you want to do?
Raising stats on party members with incense doesn't take that long. Narrow tops to the whole party. Had to keep farming strength and fortune card. Yeah, that would be annoying. That would be even worse in the base game. Like, I can see you raising your HP and SP in this version because you can do as much as you want, but the base game, that would be atrocious.
Me? I'll go along with whatever you decide, sister. I just want to save you from this awful fate. That's all I care about.
Awful fate.
So what will you choose?
Hey, why don't we go back to the dorm first?
Got Junpei, Strength, Karu, Agility, and Ken Magic till 99 with Incense. Do you need 99 agility? I don't know what a 99 agility really does for you, honestly.
This is way too heavy to decide right here.
Yes, I agree.
What's going on?
Went much quicker because once they showed up in the shuffle time, I could leave. Yeah, that's the thing.
What the hell are these cracks in the floor?
I don't know, ley lines or something.
This is bad. It's becoming unstable. We still have time, but not much. If these fissures reach the door, we might not be able to leave, even with the keys.
It's just one thing after another, isn't it?
So, guess we gotta decide what to do with these keys, huh?
Well, I want to stay in the present. I think that's what he would have wanted too.
Come back and just heal me, you mother.
What he would have wanted, huh?
I've been thinking. He died so suddenly, and they never even figured out the cause. I get the feeling that he must have given his life to make some kind of miracle happen. He thought about it, weighed his options, and ultimately chose to leave this world to us.
Hide. Miracle?
That's why, personally, I don't want to just undo his decision. I want to respect his sacrifice.
Amada-kun.
I'm with Amada. We all saw the resolve it takes to face death head on and accept it.
I didn't accept shit. Heal me, you bastards.
That resolve and what it brought about. Even if it hurts, we have to accept it too.
So this is the mentality. They have this discussion like when you're playing through the normal game. Like, this is why you don't get resurrected. Like, you just die, and they're like, he would have wanted it this way, actually. Whereas with everybody else, we're like, ah, shit, like, Junpei got knocked over. I guess we should go heal him or whatever. Unless it's a cutscene. If you die in a cutscene, you die in real life.
You're all about the here and now, right, Yukaton? You gotta look forward, huh? That's practically your motto, ain't it?
Not really, but, you know.
I want to go back.
Yeah, I always tell myself to look forward and let go of the past. But this is different. We might be able to change something.
She can hear that voice of my ghost in her head saying that you could have cast a healing spell on me at any time. Please, God.
Yukari.
So you'd take away his choice for your own.
I know that, like, for some reason or whatever the hell, you're not allowed to, like, heal that damage for reasons, but, you know, it would be very funny if you could.
That's not what I said. We can actually change the past. What's wrong with wanting that?
Then let me ask you. If you prevented your father's death, what would happen?
I don't actually know that that would have ended in some sort of weird calamity or whatever.
The people you've met, what you've gone through with them, it'd all be gone. And you wouldn't be the person you are now.
Yeah, but would you be a, like, worse person? Not necessarily.
It's the same for Shinji and Miki. I wouldn't erase their deaths either. Every single thing about my past is important. Because it all shaped who I am.
That does kind of say that you're willing to, like, sacrifice other people just for becoming who you are, but...
But that's not even...
Guys, let's all take it down a notch, okay?
Take it down a notch? Are you kidding? If anything, we're not taking this seriously enough. We can save him from dying. Don't you want to bring him
Ah, shit. Why does that happen sometimes? But is yelling at each other like this really going to solve anything? And think about it, if we go back, we'd have to face Nyx again.
If we go back, we'd have to face Nyx again.
What? So you're just afraid to fight?
No! I am.
To be fair, Nyx was actually pretty easy, but you know.
I don't know what I'm trying to say, but everyone needs to calm down, alright?
He is the wrong person to be saying that.
Aegis-san, how do you think we should use the keys?
We're skipping Fuka, Mitsuru, and Koromaru probably for good reasons, but you know, what's your opinion, Koromaru? Hey there, Morbits.
The past or the present? I'm just not sure.
You seriously won't make a choice? The day we said our goodbyes, you were the only one who didn't show up.
Didn't she show up? Oh no, for the, that thing, yeah.
You got to hear his last words, and now you even have his power. But you still don't know how you feel about him? Listen, I know it hurts. Believe me. It hurts so much I can't stand it. But
Yukari-san,
Story-wise, the concept of facing Nyx is terrifying. Well, the thing about it is, like, if they've already fought him and they know that they can beat him, it becomes a lot less intimidating. Because I think a lot of the intimidation factor comes down from the fact that it's supposed to be completely unbeatable, and technically is, because the only reason that you are actually able to beat him is because you sacrifice yourself. Yada yada. But, you know, facing something a second time that you've already beaten once, even if it's still really tough, is a lot psychologically easier.
forget it. Nothing I say will make a difference anyway. Metis, does everyone have to agree for the keys to combine?
Not necessarily. The keys themselves don't have opinions.
Don't be silly, they're just keys.
So in other words, it's possible to take them by force and combine them.
Yukari, there's no way in hell that you can take everybody here.
By force? Are you saying you want to fight? I don't want to. But if we can't agree, we don't have a choice. We're running out of time. And talking hasn't gotten us anywhere.
You have a point. This matter concerns the life of a dear friend. I doubt any of us will be easily swayed. So in that case...
Hey, player character, decide everything.
I had already made my decision. I will stand with Yukari.
Senpai.
They're siding with Takeba. Are you sure? All right. I guess you've got your reasons. And I've got mine.
Well, I'm sticking with my sister. I'll protect her no matter what.
Okay, so we got the, let's say the present, we got the two, let's go in the past, we got the two, let's stop fighting people, we got Koromaru, and we got, whatever the hell's going on with Metis and Aegis. Great.
That makes sense, Metis. You know what's important to you. So you understand why I can't back down either, right?
Yes.
That was persuasive, good job.
Everyone, wait! Don't do this! I made my feelings clear. Now Now everyone needs to recognize their own feelings. Think about who he was and what he meant to us.
We'll need a proper venue for the battles. A place where the results will be absolute. I'll show you the way. Let me know when you're ready.
Rooftop. Rooftop.
We're really going to fight each other?
My friends are irreconcilably divided. What decision will I come to myself? Alright, so I'm assuming that this probably is like a contextualized as good ending, bad ending. I would guess that for whatever the hell reason, if we did go back to the past, we wouldn't be allowed to change anything because I don't think you really can change anything given the nature of how these games work. Um, and what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go to the present, even though we totally could actually, after I do everything, just cast a healing spell or whatever. That'd be fantastic, gang, if you would do that this time. Um, so let's see. Is everyone down here? Yeah, I guess I'll talk to everybody.
Well,
Just as I said earlier, I'll be joining Akari in this fight. Sorry it turned out this way. I know it's irresponsible for me to choose sides after appointing you as our leader. But I won't budge on this. That's why there's no need to hold back. Come at us with everything you have.
That's...
I'm not trying to say I'm objectively right here or anything, but we don't have enough time to keep arguing. Toward the end of our fight with Nyx, I couldn't even move. All I could do was watch as he left us. You could have, alright, whatever. So I want to go back and leave no regrets this time. I mean, facing regrets was the whole point of all this, right? I need to come to a decision too. I won't accept that you just don't have any opinions about this.
Excuse me.
I still don't understand what's going through everyone's heads. Please don't let them get to you, though, sister. I'll protect you in their place, no matter what. Once we leave, we're all going to be split up. You won't be able to see your friends after this. Are you ready? Just 1 minute. Oh, she's the,
Why is that?
Okay.
Well,
To be honest, I miss him a lot, too. It's not like I don't want him to come back. But he made his choice, and I want to try and understand his decision.
I think...
That's why I'll be signing the Sonatas on this. I feel he feels the same way as I do. I actually wonder contextually, like, how much the main character does understand that he's gonna, like, get murked when he goes up there, but, I understand why someone would want to change the past. How desperate they must be for the chance to do so. But why would we be meddling with the past for him, or for our own sake? Because he wasn't the victim of some random accident. He chose this. That's why I won't change the past. I'll never agree to it. Karmara-san is looking over at Junpei-san. Make any new personas after conquering the Reaper? No, I got to Lucifer so I could beat the Reaper with that, but that was basically about it. I don't know if I can explain this so well, but I don't think anybody's right here. I mean, if you know what to do here, right, Aegis?
Sorry.
That also didn't sit well with me. That's why I can't take your side. Just said to think about how we feel, so I'm going to do just that. I count on you for a lot of things, Aegis, and I understand it's hard to make a decision. But if I side with you on this than the others, I just don't know what to do. Okay, so currently Koromaru was with Team Fence Sitter, which makes sense. He's a dog. He's like, I don't have the capacity for highly complicated moral decisions. Someone else do this for me. I'm a dog. And it's like, yeah, fair enough, I guess. Alright. Yeah, I guess I will have to blah. Alright. So we're going to be missing some very important teammates no matter what I do here. And I'm going to be stuck up with, actually...
why is that?
Okay, let's just give everybody the best fighting chance that they've got here. Okay, Junpei, Sword of Eminence, Coat of Eminence, Combat Boots, Leather Shoe of Eminence. Go. I don't actually know which one of these is actually good here. Let's go with all stats. Okay, so I don't think Junpei is going to matter, but we'll do this with him as well. Coat of Eminence. Leather Boots of Eminence. I don't know, like that maybe. Alright, what do we got here? Ken should already be optimized here. I don't need to worry. Oh, okay. Well, you never know. I'm just going to do this just in case. If I'm going to have to fight my friends to the death, then it might as well be an actual fight instead of... Well, I could actually unequip everybody. That would be the alternative. That would be very funny. Now's not the time for exploring. I thought we were going to go there. Alright.
Sister?
Okay, follow me then. So
this is... Where is everyone else?
Don't worry about them. They're just waiting in their own areas. You see the big door up ahead? There's an arena through there. That's where we'll be fighting them. And these are real battles. There will be a price for losing.
what do you mean there's battles here?
Sister, are you listening?
Is there really no other way?
It seems so. The others didn't appear willing to back down anyway. But even if you refuse to fight, I won't let them take your key.
You promised me that you wouldn't hurt my friends.
I know. But your life might be on the line here.
What?
Your key and your new power are both deeply connected to your heart. So if your key is taken, I think your life could be at risk.
Doesn't that mean that everyone else's lives would be at risk?
Sure.
No, but it's possible, isn't it?
I mean, lots of things are possible. That doesn't mean that they'd be true.
The other person with the same power as you died, didn't he?
Yeah, but it's not because his key was taken.
I'll protect my sister, whatever it takes.
I mean, if that was true, it would be nice if you would have that Persona 4-esque thing where you would, like, jump in front of a lethal blow. That would actually be... that would be useful.
I'm wondering what this place is. But now, I have this feeling. It's hard to explain, but... I think this is what I was meant to do all along.
Alright. What am I fighting here? Each of my teammates? If I go through this door, I'll end up fighting my friends. Great. Fantastic. Well, maybe I shouldn't have given them all the best equipment I possibly could have. Oh, well, whatever.
This is where you woke up?
Wait, what do you mean it's 2-on-2? God damn it. Also, why am I fighting you two? I don't disagree with you two.
Quite a setup here.
Alright, whatever.
Fitting if you ask me.
Aegis! Sonata-senpai!
Fuka-san? She will be providing support to both sides equally. Is that acceptable?
Wait, you can't just decide that for me! I won't help my friends hurt each other!
But with your ability...
Yamagishi, go with Aegis. If you're wholly against the idea of us fighting, then you shouldn't be on our side.
Shouldn't be on either side if that's the case.
But Sonata-senpai...
Amana and I know what we want, and we're ready to fight for it.
Yeah, why are you fighting me? I don't have any... Alright, whatever. It's weird that you don't pick a side first and then go through this, like, with variants depending on what you're planning on doing, but...
I can't fight my friends.
Takebo was right. We need to recognize our feelings. Sounds like you still don't.
Well, you can recognize your feelings and have them be, like, very conflicting and be, like, torn between equally valid sort of choices that you feel. Like, you can have more than one feeling about something.
If you don't have anything to fight for, just hand over your key and walk away.
But
No, I won't allow it.
Alright, so what is this? Round robin or what?
We're doing this. Show me what you've got.
I know you don't want to fight, but we can't back down.
I kind of forget what Akihiko's weak to. I'm assuming it's ice, but, like, I can't remember.
Is this really happening?
I'll see what happens. Great.
What is optimal?
Should actually be, like, wind, shouldn't it? I don't know, let's try it. No? Okay. Must be ice then.
Yuki,
No? What the heck? Seeing on YouTube, wasn't expecting this. Maybe I got a super special ending where you have to murder your friends for some reason. Did they remove their weaknesses? They did remove their weaknesses. You son of a bitch. Okay, well... Okay. That's fun, I guess. Let's just do this. I think their stats are probably also different from what they're normally supposed to be. Do I want to do just a cure here? Might as well use them. Are you sure you want to do that, Amada? Megiddo? You don't have Megiddo. Since when? Well, good thing I used Debilitate on him then. Alright, let's see if we can get a charge.
Hear me. Please help them.
Since it's Yukari's fault this game to be. Did you Armageddon Yukari? I don't think it's actually her fault.
What's the best move?
Is he doing that on himself? Yep. Okay. That shouldn't matter because we're focusing on Akihiko first.
I'm all ready to go. Your turn. Leave it to me. I'm reading your vitals. You're doing great.
Actually, let's just do this. What's the worst that could happen? You Armageddon? Yeah. To be fair, she's probably fine after that. Honestly, the person that I would have wanted to save Armageddon for is actually Ken, because like he has Makarakarn, and that bypasses that. I like how he criticaled the guy that was already downed. That's fantastic. How can I get... Oh, right, because that was a pass. Yeah. Okay, the fact that we got this all-out attack is actually really just good. If I can Dizzy Ken, that's going to actually help out a lot. I did. Perfect. Okay. I only saw the end fight and end movie, not this bit. Yeah, that's fair. Do I Megiddo them? I can Megiddo them.
Now you've done it.
Megiddo and Morningstar also bypasses. Yeah, Megiddo does, but it doesn't do as much damage. God damn it, Ken. Oh, God.
We're just getting started. Let's do it. Caesar!
Well, shit.
I can do this. This is my duty.
Okay, so this will still be lowered.
This is my
Cooldown sequence in progress.
Alright, so this is going to be unfortunate. I thought we'd have a bit more of an advantage. Ow. Jeez. That is a critical. What the heck? Alright. I'll have to reset for that, I think. Oh, yeah. Retry battle. Pair with concentrate, raise tackle or enemy defenses, multi-target boost. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff to do.
Doing this. Show me what you've got.
I know you don't want to fight, but we can't back down.
Need null physical? Yeah, possibly, but...
This is my resolve.
I feel like we can get a slightly better run here now that I sort of know how they're gonna go here.
I think I can use it now.
Charged up already. That's fine. Let's go ahead and do this. Because Ken's going to use Revolution at some point, and we'll be able to sort of blitz them after that happens. Okay, so even assuming otherwise, let's just actually still do this, because I've still got the higher crit rate. How much points does she actually need? Oh, this much, right? I could actually also just go back and level some more. I think that these guys' levels are actually set. Like, I don't think that my equipment levels has anything to do with anything for them. Megiddo. Ken doesn't seem to want to use Revolution anymore. He knows that I'm waiting for him to do it. There it is. Okay.
It is time. No.
Still not getting any criticals, but...
What should I do?
maybe I should just use Charging Blitz. Okay. I'm getting really unlucky with the Akasha arts there. Also, does Ken get multiple Diara hands? Because if it's more than one per person, that's gonna really suck. Like, normally he only, like, enemies only get to use it once, they don't get to spam it. Okay, I'm gonna do something here, because I know that that's actually gonna hit, like, way too hard. Where's our mirrors? I should probably also, like, I should actually have just used all of my incense on Aegis before we went into this. That's probably what I need to do. Because I've got a lot of it, and I just haven't used any of it because I wasn't sure what I was gonna, like, use it on strictly.
Use this.
Oh, that's gonna waste our okay, good. Megiddo's not gonna matter, that's fine. Never mind, that actually hit way harder than I thought it was going to.
Something else. This will help.
Resuming position. Now then. How can I help my sister?
Keep being really unlucky with the stupid things that we got here. Let's go ahead and do another attack mirror. Yeah, I guess that technically does matter since I had electricity immunity earlier.
Unable to. All by
Yeah, that hits a little bit harder than I thought. I'm just gonna go and use those, whatever it's called, those incenses. I do think it's kind of annoying that they have got, like, vastly improved stats over what they would normally have. Like, the hit point totals being so much higher, and the fact that they don't have, like, their weaknesses is kind of annoying. Because why would they suddenly grow... It's less of an annoyance in the sense of, like, having to fight it. It's more of an annoyance in the sense of, like, why couldn't you jerks do this while I was still, like, going through the actual place? Like, you could have made this so much easier on me. Where are those? Wait, where do I keep those? Like, where was all the strength back when we were actually, you know, doing stuff? Okay, luck and sense. Luck is for crit rate, I think, so we'll give that to Aegis. Actually, no, let's give some of this. Let's give some stats to Metis, but. Okay, well, let's do this. Speed doesn't matter here too much, really. I'm actually going to make Metis faster because she's really, really slow. And if I can get her to the point where she goes a little bit for some people, maybe, that would be a bit better, but I don't think it matters too much. Her luck is actually really low. I had a lot less of this than I thought I did, too. Okay. Can I go through here? I can still. Jeez. Okay. I'm gonna just get a bunch of guard incense and then make it so I take a lot less damage, and that'll basically probably be enough for me to get what I want here. So we'll get all that. Oh shit, I could have gotten... Oh yeah, and I can still get these. Okay, cool.
Alright, I'll trade you for this. How many? We have a deal.
Alright.
Everything good? Hope to see you soon.
So I'll give a bunch of those to myself, but I'll also give some to Metis. I'm probably wrong about what luck does, though. Like, I feel like it's probably crit chance, but, like... I don't know, I could be wrong. There's gotta be a faster way to do this. Yeah, her luck is atrocious. This last one, right? Yep. Okay, so we'll do the guard incense next. It's more important for me to have a lot so that I, like, survive getting attacked by whatever, but Metis apparently needs a little bit as well, so... I should be able to get this to 99 and then also give Metis a little bit, but I'm not sure if I want to give Metis a little bit more. Now she'll be actually kind of up there. Okay, we'll see if that makes any difference. I'm assuming it makes a bit of one, I don't know. Alright.
Excuse me. Sister?
You can also trade gems to get more incense. Yeah, but I don't want to unless I have to, but... Because I know I can buy gems, but... I feel like this should probably be enough, but it probably isn't, I don't know. They might have just made this way harder than it needs to be for some stupid reason. The problem for me is, like, I'm very dependent on, like, the sort of, like, combos and synergies that you get from having a full team. So when you don't have that, it actually really sucks for me. Because, like, having a proper team does make actually a really big difference. And also the fact that they don't really need healing as much because they can, like, survive 10,000 hit points worth of damage. That also doesn't help me. I could just buy time and delay until I get to the point where I can actually
But we can't back down.
yeah, maybe I just buy time here.
What is optimal?
Because I could just wait till I get access to Morningstar and then just do that. I don't want to do it that way though.
My energy. I think I can use it now.
Use this.
Help us. Call an enemy.
Okay, so we should take like less damage this time. That is less, but that's still quite a lot, and this might actually still just kill me. Okay, that still hits pretty damn hard, but just gonna do this, and then I'll have Metis drop a heal.
Here. Thank you for your support.
That's fine. Yeah, Megiddo spam is actually really annoying out of this guy. Yeah, fortunately it doesn't do that much damage, but still.
Hear my prayers.
I would actually really like stat up here. That would actually be really good. Charge up? Nope, that's not what I wanted, but that's fine. These are going to be back up. I'm just going to do this.
Use this.
I appreciate it.
Sort of go back and forth between different like heal types here.
Damage inflicted.
Okay. This will be back up. I'm sort of stuck doing just debilitate if I try to go like this, though. Might as well. It sort of keeps us in the game in a way that, like, they can't really stop me from doing, and eventually I'll just be able to beat them all.
Come on.
Thank you for your support. Successfully avoided.
Okay, I'll try and do this.
Here. I appreciate
That dodge really helped me catch back up. Okay, do we have it now?
I'll get you for that.
Okay.
I need to lie down.
I can't go down.
Yeah, so that's one way for us to get through all this. Can't believe we get experience points for that. Okay, so I guess I could get that physical resistance here. Strictly speaking, I can get rid of Diamond Dust here. I don't actually know if I actually even care to do this change. But Diamond Dust I can trade because, like, Metis at least has Ice, so if I needed to do that, I could do that. But apparently these guys don't have weaknesses anymore, so it doesn't actually matter if I've got one of those elemental attacks.
Amada-san.
We've killed them both.
What just...
They paid the price for losing. They're still alive. They just won't return to normal until the true key is forged. But if the fires burn out, they won't come back, even after forging the key.
What?
Is that why you brought us all here? So I couldn't stop fighting once I started?
I have no choice. If you don't fight, they'll take your key. I can't let you die.
Die? I guess. What does she mean? You tell us about something like that, right?
To be fair, I have no reason why she thinks that necessarily.
I didn't think anyone else should know. Everyone is doing what they feel is best. For him, we don't need to worry about what might happen to me, too.
I guess. No!
This is why you have to. Anyway, I'm sure this is what I was meant to do. Sister?
Don't call me that. You're not my sister.
Do you hate me now? But that doesn't matter. You're still more important to me than anything, so I won't stop. Even if you hate me for it, I will protect you, no matter what.
Wait, where are we going? The battle has begun. I need to save my defeated friends, so I have no choice but to keep fighting. Wait, what? Oh, I'm back to... Okay. I thought I would have to heal after that. No, of course you're not okay.
Sister?
I won't stop. You need to hate me for this no matter how painful it may be. Okay, so given the circumstances, I'm actually going to swap out my equipment here, because I don't need the reinvigorate and stuff like that, since we're just doing short fights before we automatically, like, heal or whatever. So, what I kind of want is something like all stats 7, I think. Because I'm guessing this stacks with everything else. I could also just do, like, endurance, but...
Sister?
Do I go back in here? It's just over there, huh? How's it going? Oh, is there something I can assist you with?
Are you accepting
Oh, no, wait. That's not what I should be. Talk. Deepening your bonds will still okay.
Oh, embarrassing.
Considering what you've already forced such blah, blah, blah. Okay. Strength heart when united is barred by no door.
Very well, then.
Yeah, well, we're kind of disunited right now. Oh, I'm not coming with you this time? I thought that was new dialogue there. Sorry, is this really for the best? No. There's better ways we could have done this, but whatever. Man, alright. Oh, I should probably... Have I not saved? Ah, shit. I'm pretty sure I saved, but I don't remember for sure. And in any event, I know a strategy that works now. I can just stall for time until I can Armageddon. You two? Do you even care?
What's up?
Hey.
Oh,
Oh.
Junpei-kun. Koro-chan.
So, I think I mostly get what's going on. That's what happens to the losers, huh?
That's correct. And no one's taking my sister's key. No matter who we have to beat.
That's what I expected from little sis, but... Aegis? What about you? You wanna redo the past, or move forward? Well, I didn't exactly make a choice myself, but... I've been thinking, the past or the present... I don't know, I feel like that's the wrong way to look at it. And maybe the problem's us for seeing it that way. I mean, just look at us, beating each other down because we can't agree.
Dude, we're all the undecided people. All five of us are the have no opinions camp. What do you mean disagree?
Do we really got what it takes to go back and make an even better future?
Yeah,
What if we end up making a worse future?
also possible.
Look, I get that we don't got much time. If we rush this fighting each other, no question we're getting a worse future. So, this is my choice. And I'm standing by it all the way. If we gotta fight anyway, then I'll just knock some sense into all of you. That's the best I got. If he was here, I bet he'd know what to do.
Junpei's son.
Sorry, Aegis. You can't be the one moving on to the finals if you don't even know what you want to do.
You don't even know what you want to do.
So, I gotta do it myself, no matter how tough it gets. Thanks, Cormara. Alright, I'm ready. Let's get this show on the road.
Alright, whatever. Okay, fine. So I don't know if Junpei's crit rate is going to actually be super high. Like, I don't know if he has a sort of passives and stuff like that. They don't seem to have their theurgies, which is good. Because Koromaru's would be absolutely vicious here.
Wrong. There has to be another way. It is time.
Yeah, I mean, probably, but this is the way we're doing it, so, you know. Yeah, so Koromaru's elements should actually be not that harmful to us in particular. Looking at more attack mirror sort of stuff here. Throw it on you just in case you get like double crit and instantly die or whatever. Because that has happened more than a couple times. Aegon shouldn't matter too much. This probably is going to hurt way harder than it's supposed to. Oh no, it's 112 damage. Okay, never mind. He's just as bad as that as he used to be. Okay, I think we focus on getting rid of Junpei because he's the damage dealer between the two of them. Although, admittedly, I also don't know if I really should be even trying this. Also, he's the one I'm using Debilitate on for now, but...
It is time. This is my
do this again here. Yeah, so we definitely focus Junpei between the two of them. I really also think that, like, I can just, like, slow roll this group here until we're done. Because it seems like Koromaru's going to have a hard time actually hurting Metis, too, because she's got that slash resist. He is targeting the right person with Aegon this time, though. It actually hurt quite hard. Nice, okay. Yeah, I'm not getting any of those crits that I need.
use this.
About halfway there on our theurgy. They don't have a healer this time, though. Neither of these two could heal. Oh, that's a crit. That's not good. That was less damage than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I didn't think they could do that. Okay, so Metis is down. Which is annoying, because that loses me the theurgy progress there, but, you know, whatever.
Time for payback.
What's the best move?
I should probably just do...
Come on.
that here. I'm Mudo. I've got a bunch of homunculus, so that doesn't really matter too much. That also doesn't matter. Nice. Okay. He's gonna be out of his state here in a second.
Can I help my sister?
This is my wish.
I wish I could charge up faster. Yeah, they really are focusing down Metis because that's all they can really attack here. Although I don't know if that AI is actually capable of really comprehending that. Shoot through my, like, 99 life stones here. I do definitely feel like I could actually beat these two, like, the conventional way if I wanted to. But I don't really see a good reason to do it that way.
I can do this. Something else.
What's the best move?
Let's keep using mirrors. The last two shouldn't actually be using too many physical attacks, so I can save all my magic mirrors for them.
Come on.
Those are getting, like, sucked up by Blade of Furies, though.
Damage inflicted. Not bad.
Yeah, just them not getting crits.
Here.
I was pretty sure that I was supposed to be getting crits a little bit more often from luck, but...
Successful.
Okay.
You're pretty.
I feel like Junpei is actually easier than the previous people that I was fighting. Like, these two are actually easier than Akihiko Ken.
What is optimal?
These guys definitely don't seem to have as much in them. Although my SP is going down fast.
Should I do?
So there's that.
What's the best move?
Let's see what this does.
Quit moving.
Yeah, the resist is helping a lot here. Okay, so I could just try to, like, slowly chip my way through there. I'm just going to go ahead and just do this. And then I'll just get it back for the last fight, too. Dead.
God damn it.
Yeah, Armageddon is definitely there for the lazy people. Of which I am included. I am definitely of the lazy people.
Junpei-kun. Koro-chan.
I thought we were all searching for the same thing. I thought we all cared about each other. So why?
The next battle will be the last.
No, it's gonna be those two, and then the last secret boss is gonna be Fuka, because she's got her own key.
We win. There won't be anyone left who can take your key.
This can't be right. I think I agree with Junpei-san. That we're the problem. And knowing that I might die because of all this, it's terrifying. Terrifying to think that conflict is inevitable, because agreeing with anyone means disagreeing with someone else. So do we really have no choice but to hurt the ones we care about the most? That's just... I don't think I can take it.
Sister.
I can't do this. I won't. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll give you Kari-san and Mitsuru-san my key, and this will be over.
No! You can't just let yourself die.
I did, and that would be fine. Besides, you still don't know that for certain. I should be okay if my power core remains functional.
that I haven't shared much about myself. But I wasn't trying to hide something. I just really don't know anything. I'm not sure when I discovered my emotions because I don't have any memories. I just woke up here, alone. And I only knew two things. One was that I had a sister somewhere out there who would understand me. And the other was that if I didn't do something, she would die. At first, I thought it would be because of the abyss of time, but I don't think so anymore. Now I think it's that power you awaken to. A power that leads to its wielder's death.
Its wielder's death.
Yeah, my powers wasn't what killed me.
The answer to life.
I went to find you so I could save you. But I ended up causing your power to awaken. That's why I would do anything to protect you, even if it means you'll hate me for it. Because you're all I have.
Metis.
I felt the same way about someone once, but that's exactly why I won't fight anymore. I can't hurt the people who made me who I am, even if you're right, and it ends up leading to my death.
No! I don't want you to die! Why do you have to die? Why does it have to be you?
It depends on the time travel rules too, because if they did go back in time and like Aegis was dead, then maybe they would let them avoid this sort of situation in the first place. But you never know.
Why can't it be me instead? Please don't leave me behind. I'll give my life for the key too. And if that doesn't work, then I'm coming with you, so we can always be together.
What exactly are you saying?
Please don't leave me all alone.
Metis. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I know how painful it is to be left behind like that. How could I do that to you? You always seem to remind me of the things that are most important.
Aegis.
Feelings for others can be painful, and even make us hurt each other. Honestly, they can cause a lot of suffering, but if I try to avoid that by not making a choice, I'd just be passing it off to someone else. I think I finally understand what Yukari-san was saying before.
Now everyone needs to recognize their own feelings. Think about who he was and what he meant to us.
I was running away from how I feel. What will I choose? If fixing or letting go of the past isn't the right way to think about it. Fuka-san, I want to discuss something with you. You too, Metis.
Alright. Well, whatever the hell is going on, we've got a strategy. For some reason, in spite of the fact that I'm the one who came up with it, apparently, I don't know what it is.
Sister.
Just wasn't prepared for this. I didn't know that's why I could say such cruel things. Okay?
Well,
I think you made the right choice, I guess. It's like what Yukari-chan said. I've thought about it and my mind is made up. Support you, okay. Are Yukari and Mitsuru around here? Like, I think they implied that they're, like, stuck in the arena, but for some reason I'm allowed to come back here and have breaks, but also I'm the one that has to, like, actually do it. Alright, whatever. Should have been double elimination. They should have already squared off against someone. Alright.
Uh-huh.
Let's fight Yukari-chan and Tsuruja Senpai next. Then it'll all be over. Stay strong, guys. I'll be with you all the way. Wait, could I have gone through the other doors in this place? I didn't even think to check that. I wouldn't want to necessarily, because, like, why the hell would I? But
I guess,
So you're here.
Yukari-chan.
You thought about what I said, didn't you? I can see it in your face.
I did. I understand what you meant now.
There are 4 lit flames. Then the victors of this battle will be awarded the true key. So, Aegis, have you decided which choice you would make?
I do actually, to a certain degree, think that this would be better if the player didn't get a choice.
I can't go back to the past yet, so I won't give up this key.
That does seem to imply that she has decided to actually move to the present, but she wants to go to the past at some point. I'm not sure when you're going to get another chance.
I see. Then it appears we are in opposition.
Yes, I won't give up on what's important to me. It may be painful, but I will stand by my choice. I understand now, thanks to her.
Sister.
You know, all of this may have actually been for the best. You've been acting so empty and mechanical lately. Like when we first met. I actually thought you were just gonna hand over your key because you didn't want to fight. But what you just said, it's like you're alive again. Which means we'll both be giving it our all, right?
Yes, and I'm ready to prove it. I feel just as strongly about him as everyone else.
Alright then. Guess we're done talking. And I'm not giving up on what's important to me either.
Alright.
You better be ready, because I'll do whatever it takes to win.
Let both sides give it their all. No holds barred.
This is it. You can do it, Aegis.
How come you two aren't wearing your Velvet attendant uniforms? Alright, whatever.
Persona,
This is definitely a delay situation, because Yukari should actually just have unlimited heals. Like, it would be really weird if she did not.
this is my wish. I won't lose.
And yeah, I feel like these two should actually be just using, like, almost all magic attacks, honestly.
Maybe next time. This is my resolve.
I might as well just debilitate chain everybody.
Oh. Come on. I appreciate it. Have fun, Persona. How's this? Way. Persona.
That's interesting. I didn't think that was going to be on the table.
Maybe next time.
It shouldn't matter, though, because we should be still immune to those, but still, that's very odd. Okay.
What's the best move?
My apt pupil and whatever combination really failing me the last couple of fights here. Crit rate up and what have you. Okay. Yeah, it barely tickles. Alright.
Summoning.
I'm in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think you're in that much trouble. Alright, let's see what this actually does. We've got charge, we've got Mataru Kaja, and her defenses are down, so... It's gonna do, like, 3,000 damage. She's gonna be, like, fine. 1,674, yeah. More hit points than she's allowed to have. In point of fact. Since when did you know how to use Tetrakarn?
You're strong. Just as expected.
Since when?
I'm losing my
She'll be fine. Okay. Let's just chuck one of these in. Oh, I forgot. I needed to use stat down on Yukari. Shit. Okay. Yeah, so this will hurt a little bit, but
Get you for that.
yeah.
I'll show you.
Okay, that's suboptimal. That's not great.
It is time.
Should still be okay though. Should probably do like this. No.
Come on.
Let's do this. All right. Okay, this is the one that I'm worried about because the concentrate.
Not bad.
Okay, good.
Summoning.
The fact that I can actually win through this method is kind of dumb. Like, I'm glad that they do let me win this way without having to like gauntlet it the really hard way. But yeah, this is a stupid way to win this.
And a follow-up. Isis. Got it. Go. Artemisia.
She doesn't seem to have like the kind of healing that she's sort of known for here either, though. So it probably would be less necessary for me to just Armageddon here.
No, not like this.
I've failed.
It would be kind of nice if like defeating people like brought them back onto your team so you could use them again. Like that would kind of be nice, but alright, secret super final boss Fuka. Let's go. Where you have to fight against Aegis as Fuka.
Yes. Here.
Oh no, she just gives it to you.
You'll do what's best for everyone. So I'm with you all the way.
She's also like, I don't want to get my ass kicked. Do I have any way to fight a robot that's got guns for hands when I'm a support? No. Okay, I'll just give you the key.
This must be the true key.
Karma's just bored.
You're all okay.
This may sound strange given the circumstances, but I'm so glad you're all safe.
Yeah, so... You really don't want to go back?
What? Hey!
I want him back. I want him back. I don't care about anything else. I just want him to come back. I tried so hard to be strong and to look forward and just accept it all, but I can't. I can't do it. I just can't.
I feel like your playthrough choices should actually have some impact on this. Because, like, sure, like, you're important to, like, everybody on your team to, like, one degree or another, but, like, you're more important in certain playthroughs to Yukari and you're less important in other ones. In my playthrough, like, Fuka should be the one that, like, has that sort of, like, more intense emotional response to that, whereas, like, in other playthroughs, like, Yukari could be, or it could be Mitsuru. Or Aegis, even.
That's not. I made him a promise too. I told him I'd do my best to change this world. People would stop wishing for the fall. That's why I wanted wanted to move on from the past and just focus on the future.
Yukari-san.
But that was just a promise to myself, not to him. So it can't end like that.
Yukari, it's hard. Unbearably hard. But if you don't face that pain, it will never heal.
So what? If I face it, it'll suddenly be okay? I'll just accept that he's gone? Or forget all about it? That won't happen! All of us should know by now. That never happens!
You face your pain because it'll never truly go away. Yukari, would you help me fulfill the promise I made to him?
What?
It was more a promise to myself, like yours. He taught me so much, and showed me so many things that I've come to treasure. But before I could thank him, he was gone. I would always be there for the ones I care about, and fight to protect them, no matter the cost.
Okay, I missed, the regret was suffocating, so I promised myself I'd always be there for the ones I care about and fight to protect them no matter the cost. Okay.
And you're someone I care about, Yukari.
What? Me?
You may not have thought much of it, but to me, last year, when you refused to give up on me and gave me something to fight for again, I will never forget that. So this time, we want to be here for you.
Mitsuru-senpai,
The pain of losing someone close to you is terrible. But you don't have to hold it in.
It would also be really awkward if Elizabeth got in on this, because she also has opinions about this, and she has no sense of right or wrong.
And Yukari, you've kept yours locked.
Also, I wouldn't want to fight her in the arena, because she would just kick my ass.
You've been trying so hard to push forward that you never stop to grieve. It's all right. We're here for you. Your friends are here for you.
Yukari-san, I want him to come back too, but I stopped to think about everything, like you told us to, and I realized something. So please, I'd like you to listen. I want to know what exactly he did in that moment he used his power. We still aren't entirely sure what really happened to him. I think we should know that before making a choice, so I won't use the key just yet. This is the answer I arrived at, after learning everyone else's feelings.
what really happened?
I agree. We should know the whole story before acting.
Sounds good to me.
Don't we still need to use the key, though, to get out of this place before it, like, breaks down or whatever? I don't...
But, can we even do that?
I'm not sure. All the doors to the past are gone except the one to his room.
There's actually one more, remember? We've been using it this whole time.
That's right. The door to Paulownia Mall.
Doors reflect the minds of those who pass through. If we wish strongly enough to look into the past, that door should allow us to do so.
I see. It would certainly be worth a try.
What are we trying to do here? Because wouldn't that just bring us to the mall?
Is something wrong?
I was just thinking, I don't really have a reason to be here. And I did some horrible things to you all. So, I shouldn't go with you.
Dude, what are you even talking about? We got ourselves into this mess. None of this is on you.
Yeah, it's our own fault we got trapped here. And for squabbling with each other, too. sticking with us, whether you like it or not.
Don't you remember? I told you I won't leave you behind.
Huh?
Now that I think about it, it's pretty lucky there's still that one door left, huh? It almost seems too good to be a coincidence.
Huh. Actually, that is unusual. If its purpose was to prepare everyone for battle, why is it still here? We have the true key, so the fighting should be over. But the door hasn't disappeared. So then, does it have another purpose?
I suppose it would make sense. If that door hasn't fulfilled its purpose of preparing us for combat, perhaps there's still an enemy for us to defeat. Our own feelings were the cause of this situation, and Aegis' proposal would take us to the source of that pain.
Would it?
I wouldn't be surprised to find something waiting for us there.
At the mall?
So, what should we do? Come up with another plan?
If there is something there, that's even more reason for us to go. That's what I think.
Then this should be our final battle.
That sounds familiar. Feels like January again.
I wonder what is waiting for us. Another large shadow, maybe?
Welcome to the Mall of Doors.
No point thinking about it. We just gotta beat it, no matter what it is.
That's right. And I'll support you all as best as I can.
Okay then, when we work together, there's nothing we can't do. Now let's go!
Well, technically there's 3 doors, it's just that we've ruled out 2 of them. It's not letting me save, so that's sort of implying to me that there might not be a fight through here. I hope. Or if there is, I really hope I healed after casting Armageddon. This is the desert.
Here.
What the hell?
What?
That wasn't here before.
It seems we truly do have one final battle ahead of us. Let's make sure we're as prepared as possible before proceeding.
Okay, I guess it's gonna let me save here.
Works for me. We'll get to the bottom of this, no matter what stands in our way.
Well, I'm glad they don't make me choose, but I have no idea what this door's about, or why they couldn't have explained it beforehand with the other options, but whatever. Yeah, this place is still falling apart. Arf, arf.
Thank you.
May have fractured at one point, but you're the reason why we're all together again. You have my gratitude. I apologize for giving you such a heavy burden. Also, there's something I need to discuss with you, Aegis, about your life. You're one of the people I want to protect. That's why next time you can come to me for anything. I believe we're all here together. I know I chose to split apart and fight for my side, but the fact that we're on the same team is again put me at ease. Thank you, Aegis-san. Still mad you didn't say anything about the key possibly being linked to your life, though. No wonder Miss was so determined to win. She'll do anything for the person she cares about the most, even if it means harming others in the process. And I kind of relate to that. Ken, you harm other people just because you're spiteful and angry, but you know what? It's fine. I think I'm actually glad that I lost you. If I tried to do the past over again with the mindset I was in, I probably would have ended up having even more regrets. It's honestly embarrassing how little I processed everything.
Hey, listen.
Well, I heard from Fuka. You could have died if you lost your key. Why didn't you say anything? I would have...
Sorry.
Actually, I probably would have done everything the same anyways. I was only thinking about myself. I'm so sorry. I mean, why do I still don't think... Alright, whatever.
You see,
My sister, I'm starting to understand things a little better now. Or at least I think I am. Things like why I don't know anything about myself, why you're so important to me, and who I truly am.
Pretty exciting.
Now that I've had time to calm down and think, I realize that little sis just excuses you, Ai-chan. Never really noticed it before. Man, I must have been out of it. That butterfly thing on her face is actually kind of mysterious and irresistible, you know?
What a relief.
Well, I'm glad things didn't end this with little sis in tears. No, it kind of did, but, you know, I think you missed that part. I know it's a bit late coming for me now, but if you died there, I guess. Or even worse, if I was on to take the key from you. That would have been the worst freaking thing to live with. Let's never do something like that again. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have been swept up in all this and would have been able to make my own decision. Even though it was such an important one to make, so thank you, Aegis. Once we're done with this final battle, we can use the true key and... you know how to use the true key, right?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, you're probably more scared about this than I am, Aegis, and I just... It's hard for me to put into words, but this kind of reminds me of January 31st.
Really?
Well, he lost his life, huh? I thought I already accepted his death, but maybe in the end I didn't want to face it. I'll see through it this time, for closure's sake.
Sorry about that.
Before we fought, I said you had nothing to fight for, didn't I? Sorry about that. Put your life in the line to arrive at your answer. I guess there's a lie I have to learn. Okay, great. I'm just going to go on the assumption that I can't do anything like upstairs that's relevant or useful, but... Oh, it's turned into a Monad door. That door. I don't believe it was there before.
Oh.
Hey, doesn't it look like one of those doors we find sometimes when we're exploring? Huh, does look similar to those, but wait. This one looks like it leads to somewhere deeper than the others. Sensing strong shadows, treasure chests, and something else, I'm not sure what it is. God damn it. In other words, it's a great place to test how strong we really are. How is that what you got out of what she said? Okay, it sounds like I actually have got some more to do, but I'm going to switch over anyway. This is an entire new ass dungeon, which I hate. That's terrible. Why would they do that to me? Seems like you can enter and exit this one as much as you want, so keep that in mind if you decide to go through it. Of course, deciding whether or not to use the store is up to you, I guess. Okay, so we're going to have two doors. Formidable shadows reside here, and beyond them lie treasure chests holding valuable items. You face these challenges as often as you like, so if you feel up matching the server visiting after training some, you may find something in the Monad chambers that you can't find anywhere else. You'll have to try the chambers themselves to figure out what. And where's the other door? There's the other door. So this would just be the end of the game door, and then this one is this actually a dungeon, or is... I'm gonna check. And, Alright, two people who are on opposite teams, you're all together again. Fantastic. Wonderbar. I'm gonna save here, and we're gonna figure out if this is just a Monad door, or if this is like a dungeon. Like, if I just go in here and fight some stuff, that's fine. If this is a whole ass new dungeon, then that's not so fine. Okay, there's a dude here. Let's just see what this is about. If I beat this guy and I can continue going past, it says go through further, so I think this is going to be a dungeon. Oh, those guys have hit points. I think these are those indolent Mayas that you were talking about earlier. Alright. Well, whatever. Ow.
How can I help my sister?
I don't know if your car is going to be fast enough here. Okay. Yeah, these guys do not take shit for damage. Okay. I would really have liked to have had the ability to get my stats up before I fought this. I should have done that, but... Ouch. Let's see if I can shock this guy.
In this situation, I appreciate it.
Glad that wasn't a one-shot death. Okay.
Juno, hear me. Please help them.
Not exactly what I want there, but that'll do. Okay. I don't want to reflect physical like that back at myself. I'm gonna wait till I've got the theurgy before I do anything like that. Ooh, okay, never mind. Okay. So he is freezable. That probably also means he's shockable, I think. I'd imagine he is, anyway.
And now,
This fight's gonna take forever, though. Their hit point pools are huge.
I'm hit.
Like, this is actually kind of unreasonable levels of hit points on these guys.
Thank you very much. Careless. No.
Okay, well, I think we're just gonna die here, but that's criticals for you.
You dodged the attack.
That's the best
Nice
move.
one. Rejoining the front lines. This should work.
I play Persona 5? Yeah, I've beaten Persona 5, yep. As well as the DLC.
Keep it together.
I was really hoping that Ken would get his theurgy here. That shouldn't matter too much. Alright.
In this situation, I thank you for your support. Oh, wait,
Man.
no, Akari-chan. Use this. I owe you one.
Probably need to hit this guy with a debilitate before I can actually survive that. Really unhappy about the amount of hit points the guys down here have. It's kind of silly, actually. Alright, let's give this a shot. I don't think this actually kills him based on the amount of hit points. Maybe it does. He's got a lot of hit points, though. Yeah, he survives that. Okay.
Will this help?
Quite a bit, actually, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Like Sonos just instantly corpse. Alright. I was going to give this guy some penalties, but...
Found something useful.
Well, that's ungood.
Now amazing, sister.
Alright. This guy surviving and still having this many hit points after I use that ability is sort of, like, rough, honestly. He's going to be using a physical attack, though, so I'm not going to actually get any damage off the Reflect. If I could get the Reflect kill, that would have been so nice, but...
Times like these call for this. Thank you for your support.
Alright, I've taken an egg for this trying time. That took away his charge, so that's still good.
Keep it together. Just watch.
Alright. Well, that's unfortunate. If he hits us with another heat wave, we're basically dead. Yeah, this guy has to get hit by this.
Will this work?
Shock would be great, please. Thank you.
They've been shot. Now's the time. They're wide open. Isis.
What's the best move?
That's it. You're finished. The enemy now an Aegis. Don't hold anything back.
Alright. He still has a lot of hit points after that. You set up some Tetracrines and stuff like that.
They've been shot. Pull the trigger. Wide open. Successfully avoided. Aegis evaded.
Okay, fortunately that didn't do much.
I can do this. This is my duty.
Keep it together. Just watch.
Things have gotten somehow easier, and I'm not entirely sure why. I guess all his buddies being dead actually does make a difference.
Thank you very much.
Didn't look like it was going to.
What's the best move?
Will this work?
Now. In this situation,
Very real chance that I just get destroyed here in a second. I'm actually just going to use Cyclone Arrow here.
all right. Here I go.
This probably gets kind of close.
And with this, you're finished.
I think that was about a third of his remaining health.
The fight is over.
Nice. Okay.
No one got hit.
I don't think I've ever heard that dialogue before.
Too slow. Let's handle this. Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
Well, that took a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. Okay. Yeah, there are some treasure chests down here. I'm not actually sure if I care that much to descend down here, like, all the way, but it looks like this is another whole dungeon, but it's just consisting of, like, boss gauntlets, so it's gonna be kind of a whole place. Oh, what's going on here?
No way.
What? The shadowy figure again? Wait, no, this is something else. I've never sensed anything like it before. That was Joker, wasn't it? So this must be the dungeon that you use to, like, fight secret bosses, so, like, the P4 and P5 protagonists. Because that looked like Joker. I only caught, like, a tiny glimpse of the tail end of him, but I'm pretty sure that's what was going on there. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of here, I guess. Do I want to do this entire place, though? Because I don't actually care to fight... I don't care to fight the other protagonists. Like, that's something that's usually really hard. And you have to have very carefully calibrated everything and max stats and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not about that life. That is not me. In any event, though, let's get that saved. And let's hop into the other game. Okay. So this one is under this. Yep, that's showing up now. Where were we? Should be the start of 4, right? Yeah, 4-1. Yeah, he completed it in, oh yeah, talking about me. Was it a few years ago? I thought that was only like 2 years ago. Might have been a few, actually, but... In the Kingdom of Weavengard, there was a gulf between what was lawful and what was just. Here, ideals were just fairy tales. They were pleasant to think about, but distracted from how the world really was. You're naive, but you've been starting to think if everyone else was like you, the world wouldn't be the way it was. Yeah, probably. I mean, can you imagine a world where it's all lawyers? It's like the opposite of like what Lionel Hutz was imagining in a world without lawyers. But the world was the way it was. Not even you, with all your special divine powers, could change that. I can't believe Cuthbert used the Eye of Horus on the client. He's becoming more and more reckless. I think McCoy is just making him worse. I wonder what he was like with his real mother. He's definitely nothing like Ryan was. Adopting him was a mistake. Is something wrong, Tamora? Beatrice. How's Ace Psychic Attorney going? I don't actually know if that's correct, because he's only about equally as psychic as the people in actual Ace Attorney are, because you have that sort of like soul box whatever thing in actual like Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and you're surrounded by psychics. I think this is actually about as magically psychic as normal Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And it's going okay. Last case had a couple of tight spots that were kind of difficult and annoying to get through, but otherwise it was fun. Just about the psychic pick? No, it's correct. It's just that it's, that's also normal Ace Attorney. That's also psychic Ace Attorney. No, it's nothing. Well, the trial's about to begin, and all of our futures are at stake. Is this Tyrion's mother or something like this? Freelancer, age 23, Arcane Art Illusion. The whole magic thing? Yeah. Of course, miss. Actually, what do you go by now? I prefer just Beatrice, but I'll use my legal name anyway. Beatrice mutters a mantra before clapping your hands together. She's been doing that a lot since we met. It must have been some kind of meditative ritual for her. Oh, there's Eris. I couldn't help but side-eye Eris. I was a little annoyed with how careless she was being. Is something wrong tomorrow? I'd just like to know what you think you're doing here. My father sent me to accompany Beatrice to the courthouse. It's a new environment for her. We do need to keep her condition in mind, after all. I wasn't so convinced. Her father had a lot more sense than that. Not to mention that Eris always likes stirring up trouble. She's, took a lot of pleasure in complicating my jobs. It was apparently her favorite pastime. Interesting that Ruby seems to actually know Eris pretty well, and the boss-doting father that he was just let her do as she pleased. I can understand how much you're risking by being seen with me. You were already pushing it when you approached us at the academy. Don't you think you're worrying too much? You've been preparing for this, haven't you? Just keep your head low and make sure no one connects you to your father. You know how important this trial is. Why? Would knowing my true identity cause friction with your son? He's not my... Oh, speak of the devil. I spot Cuthbert and McCoy walking into the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. I guess after a little argument, he wanted to see how this trial would turn out. McCoy saw me and gave me a friendly yet uncomfortable smile. Cuthbert froze for a moment before looking away and walking silently into the courtroom. Parental troubles? We had a disagreement earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you say so. I was worried about what he saw in Beatrice's mind. He'd always been a good kid, but he was also really stubborn and clouded his judgment sometimes. He hadn't been practicing law for very long. It didn't help that his string of victories was getting to his head. But I was sure that once he'd seen enough what the courts were really like, he'd understand why I needed to do this. The trial's about to begin. Do you really have time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Steelman approached the three of us, tailored by a familiar face. Why is he here? Wallace Nightgrave? He's accompanying me as your aide for this case. As my aide for this case. What? Why? So I can assume you'll be prosecuting? Of course, I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Ruby Tamora. Really, if I remember correctly, you haven't even beaten Tyrion once so far. Oh, it seemed that struck a nerve. I might be able to use that later. Look, Miss Steelman, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You seem almost surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I'm more than capable of remaining objective, especially for a case of this much importance. Watch the rest of the VOD? Yeah, sure. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind. Probably next Wednesday? Yeah, I'll see you then. Nightgrave looked unusually reprimanding and concerned for her. He was really adverse to confrontation, wasn't he? Oh, I love good reunion. Sigh. The deck was already stacked in our favor. I just need to follow through and get this over and done with. After that, we'd finally have everything we needed to topple the 4 pillars. You've been playing way too much Calamity? How's that? Probably good if you're playing a lot of it. I unfortunately have been very busy lately. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frega. Miss Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Oh, the prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Defense is also ready, Your Honor. She definitely looked less self-assured than usual. Her history with Beatrice might be throwing her off. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As many of you know, Beatrice Frega is the former missing daughter of the now late William Frega. Okay. And the victim of the murder is William Frega himself. Yes, I'm well aware of that. People of Weavengard will certainly mourn the loss of House Frega's head. Please, the only people who mourned him were the banking house's shareholders. On that matter, do you also say the defendant is accused of grand theft? Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frega Manor yesterday evening. The Haraldson Hall of History was hosting an exhibit within the manor. They were showcasing several magic artifacts known to the Weavengard Historical Society. One of these items is the Sword of Spell-Eating, magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. Sword of Spell-Eating is an ancient artifact. When wielded by a creature, that creature and anything connected to them physically or magically are immune to all harmful magical effects. Legends say that it was forged through a blood contract between a mage and a demon. This sounds really strong, and it's probably strong in some ways, but usually these are traps in games where you could like take something like this. It says harmful only. So I guess I usually these things also make it so that you can't be buffed, but I guess if this one lets you do that. The prosecution believes the defendant stole a sign to break into the victim's study, which was secured with a magical lock. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener. He died of blood loss shortly after. Died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat was slashed open and both carotid arteries were severed, meaning the death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. Both body shows several scratch marks on the face, and back traces of illusion magic were also found on the body. So, could be defensive wounds, but probably not. I see. Does the prosecution have a motive? William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior to the murder, Beatrice Bannon fled her home. She went into hiding and cut contact with all her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frege household because of her toxic relationship with her father. She wanted to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims. Yeah, I don't know why she's saying this. This actually makes it more likely. This doesn't paint a better picture for your client. But that simply highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She had clearly fallen on hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I had no idea why she would schedule this meeting during this year's yearly Lord's Ball, but nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night, and these same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. Her father must have refused her request for aid, so she decided to murder him to claim his inheritance. It's a good thing we prepared for this. Beatrice Frege fled from her family 5 years ago and went in hiding. In retaliation, William Frege told Miriam Frege that he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she wouldn't receive any inheritance after his death. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam Frege in court. Miriam's probably going to lie here. That's going to make things difficult. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You don't have any evidence to confirm why my client contacted your late father. Yes, I'm well aware that the defendants refused to tell us what they discussed. And to be honest, Steelwind, do you seriously think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? Condition? What do you mean by that, Miss Tamora? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court about my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is legally disabled. However, legally disabled, that's a convenient way of putting it, Steelwind. My client is completely blind. Completely blind? Is this true? We've had several medical documents and testimony from several Shurigans attesting to that fact. My client is unable to see anything. Beatrice Frege is completely blind. She's unable to see anything through her eyes. This has been verified through several medical reports and qualified chirurgeons. I'm just going to say surgeons. It's actually important to clarify this because someone who is blind can potentially actually see things. But there's different conditions. Like, if you're functionally blind, that means that you literally couldn't see anything in a useful way, but you can still see things in a literal sense there. So it's important to distinguish between those. What meaning is this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe that a blind woman performed any of the acts you're accusing her of? I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would just let me elaborate. Your Honor, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would have needed to break into a displays case that was magically secured. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sword of spell eating on the lock leading to the victim's study. Then she would have needed to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora. It all sounds quite ludicrous, to be perfectly honest. This is a world of magic. I don't actually think that this automatically does anything. Like, there could be some sort of, like, temporary reprieve of blindness that you could have gotten as an alchemical sort of thing. There could be some sort of, like, artifact that you could put over your eyes that would make it so you could see temporarily. So the blindness might be correctable in the context of the setting, even if it's only temporarily. But there could also be some other means by which she could have done that. If she's using magic. This is just awful. The Steel Ones have always been at odds with Fregas. They're just taking advantage of the Duke's death. Enough. Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports this case. Nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding their investigation. To have done so, you are in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Miss Steelwind. I guess the old lady has some flaws after all. But it doesn't matter. Their case against Beatrice was questionable at best. Frankly, it was surprising that Steelwind even went through with this. It was only a matter of time before the judge saw things my way. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. Well, he's never been that good of a person to bring onto the stand, honestly. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Right. We didn't want to cause panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. We put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did search the house and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. So the fact that there was anti-magic across the entire manor is actually really important for what I was just saying there, because there's no way then that there could have been some sort of spell or artificery that could have compensated for her blindness, so that's actually quite important. We did search the house and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night. He had already locked himself inside his study. About an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of his own blood. The lock was still engaged and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using the sword of spell eating. Or you put anti-magic throughout the entire place, which would have disabled the lock, and if they got the door open during the period of time where the anti-magic was done, slip something in to prevent the lock from re-engaging, then that would have actually been the opportunity they need to get that way in there without the sword. We have testimonies that say the defendant was seriously in debt. I guess she murdered the victim to get part of his inheritance. For their case against Beatrice was just as I predicted. I already had a countermeasure to disprove the existence of any motive. All I had to do was present that to the court. Cross-examination. Wait, I actually have to do this? Okay, I didn't think that... Okay, whatever. Wait, does the sword make the wielder immune to magical effects? An anti-magic field would have only disempowered everyone except the thief. Yeah, well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought it was a dusty old artifact. Usually, anti-magic actually will supersede the effects of something like that, but that depends on the system. That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for your position, Orem? He's not. The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capability. No, you would naturally expect that. Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? We just searched the house and we found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. That seems like a strange conclusion to jump to. My client hadn't set foot into the Frege Manor for years. After being gone for so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else. I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. I guess she was hoping their sister would come back one day. Sigh, Leif. Didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orem? Well, Crown Prince asked knew the defendant well. He was confident that she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence. The Crown Prince is vouching for the defendant? Is this true, Miss Steelwind? It is. However, I believe that the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't simply being clouded by your jealousy? Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client, after all. You're enjoying this a bit too much. William Frege was in a bad mood that night. He had already locked himself inside his study. Did anyone see him enter the study? A few people. One of them was Leif Frege, the victim's second daughter. She said that he was extremely irritated, so he went into a study for some peace and quiet. I guess his meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood. But if the manor was covered in an anti-magic field, how did he lock the door magically? I'm not sure how, but the locks in the manor aren't affected by anti-magic fields. Okay. So that's something that renders that moot, unless that's wrong. We'll find out. How? The magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field around themselves. Two fields cancel each other out, akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. That also is not how I expect that to work, but okay. I'm going to be honest, I don't know a lot about artificery. Is what she's saying true? Yes, overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon. It's frequently used to feel safe. I would just have to take her word for it. Let's see here. But an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of his own blood. That would also make the anti-magic field, like, not particularly useful, because that would mean anyone who's, like, intending to do something in that area could just have an anti-magic field around themselves, at which point they would no longer be subject to the anti-magic field, so they could just use magic freely. I don't think that that would make much sense as a mechanical standpoint. Who discovered the body? The same person who saw him last, his daughter, Leif Frege. I really wish it could have been anyone other than her. Was anyone else there with Leif when she happened upon the body? Yeah, supposedly one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet, and he heard the violent attack through one of the air vents. When he finally got out, he told Leif they went to study, accompanied by some knights. The lock is still engaged, and no one teleported in. The perp must have temporarily disabled the lock using something like the Sword of Spell Eating. The sword is integral to the case against my client, so why is the description of the capability so vague? To be honest, the sword is magical, but it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about. And we can't identify its magic like we usually do with most artificery devices. According to Lord Harrelson, its powers are demonic in nature. But if you ask me, that's all a bunch of hooey. Either way, it's obvious that it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic. What? What is it, Miss Tamora? It's nothing. Cuthbert was watching from the gallery, so must have heard that too. Again, I need to focus on getting the client an acquittal first. I can worry about Cuthbert later. Either way, we've tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the locks on the Duke's study. I'm not too sure about why that would be the case and why you couldn't just break through it with like a normal sword, because it's not canceling out harmful magic, so it's hard to say why that would do that. We have testimonies that said the defendant was seriously in debt. I guess she murdered the victim to get part of the inheritance. You have testimonies? Wouldn't an official record be more valid evidence? Tamora, you and I both know that our clients' creditors are not the type to keep such records, so you're admitting that you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that. But it doesn't matter if we can prove that this debt exists. The Frege estate is unimaginably vast. Debt or no debt, that amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual. She had a point. House Frege owned every banking house in Weavengard. People could only dream of having that much wealth and power. Surprised that she even brought this to trial in the first place. I already had testimony from someone else that directly contradicted the commander's testimony. Yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming that it's this. We'll go ahead and hit present. We'll check these here. Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes. The prosecution's proposed motive is the largest among them. What do you mean, Miss Tamora? All the elements in this case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have much to gain from her father's inheritance. That may be, but that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. William Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think that he'd leave his inheritance to someone who'd disobey him so egregiously? No, he'd do everything in his power to make sure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. The moment she slammed her cane down, I noticed her wince a little. She was getting more and more heated. I didn't realize her rivalry with Beatrice was that personal. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly lest her father submit the changes to his will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Steelwind. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago when she left. I witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client before she fled the household. That's why she left. What? She never brought this up during the questioning. Why would she release that information to one of her family's enemies? If you don't believe me, why don't you call her to the stand and ask her yourselves? What have you done, Tamora? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Be please escort Miriam Frege to the stand. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I recall correctly, you were also tight-lipped during questioning this morning. The witness had just lost her father. You can hardly expect to recall every detail that's relevant to his murder. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? I've always had a way with people. Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. After my sister's accident, my father said that she was unfit to inherit our noble house. He declared our family would be removing her from his will. It was 5 years ago, but I remember it well. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it, she renounced her name and denounced my father. Are you sure this all happened 5 years ago? Yes, even now I can remember everything clearly. I see. Her speech was getting slower, and I could have sworn that her words were slurring. Nightgrave seemed extremely concerned for some reason. And Leif was there with you at this meeting? Yes, she was. However, Leif couldn't have possibly been there. She was starting to sway as if she couldn't keep her balance. Was this trial getting to her? Hey, are you okay? Of course Dead. What? By the Scaled Lord, is that blood? Bailiff, find someone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them to the courtroom immediately. Don't we have, Nightgrave here? After some scrambling, a couple of healers were able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. Well, if they had other professional healers, they probably could have used them instead of Nightgrave, but whatever. On all the chaos, I caught a glimpse of her. There were deep wounds and lacerations in several parts of her body. She must have used some kind of illusion to hide them, but the mages spelled it to identify her wounds. They took Steelwind out of the courtroom on a stretcher, but as they were doing that, she grabbed Nightgrave and rasped something into his ear. He looked confused, but he simply nodded and made his way to the witness stand, but not before passing a message on to the bailiff, who seemed equally confused. Why wouldn't she just get those, mended before? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What is going on? Why would Miss Steelwind prosecute if she was so gravely injured? I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here at as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her doctor. Her doctor? Oh, that's why. Okay. The truth is that Miss Steelwind was violently attacked at noon today. She was in a critical condition, but she insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. She suddenly showed up at my house and asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Scaled Lord, why didn't she just recuse herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, I would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed up when no one else would, and she did it all despite the risk to her life. It almost made me respect her a little. Anyway, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? Based on, procedure, you should wait till the prosecuting attorney is either replaced or recovers. You must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony shows that my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. But, Mr. Mora, Miss Steelwind has been gravely injured, and you're still only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Even so, we cannot move forward until we find another prosecutor. That is due process. And how long do you think that will take, Your Honor? That actually wouldn't take that long, but the actual difficulty would be in properly briefing that prosecutor on all the details and making sure that they actually know everything that they need to know about the particulars of the case. Finding someone would be really, really fast. But it's been nearly 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us, 36 hours? After that, every magical trace of the crime scene will fully disappear. But there might be someone. If Steelwind had simply followed out another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk, and now she has to take responsibility for that. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? No, that would not be just due process. I wasn't completely proud of winning this way, but I wouldn't let an opportunity like this pass me by. The judge was clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but Steelwind didn't leave him any choice. Seems that there aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. Here's what's going to happen. Nightgrave is going to say that I'm supposed to take Steelwind's place. We'll take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict. Here's the problem. Oh, he didn't tell me to do that. I just decided to do it. What the hell? Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't press a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing? I don't know. But what I do know is there is a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Okay, so here's the thing about this. Defending attorney has a different skill set than a prosecuting attorney. That means that while they do have a lot of overlapping skills and they do have a lot of overlapping knowledge, there is the potential that there's not going to be the ability to competently do the other job necessarily. It's still better than nothing, though. Like, I wouldn't be able to take over a prosecuting attorney better than a defense attorney could. That's Leifa Frege? She doesn't look like she's related. Miriam, you're back. Oh, hello, Leif. How have you been faring? I heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I'm terribly sorry. That must have been an awful ordeal for you. Yes, thank you. I've heard about your independent studies with the Crown Prince. Father's extremely proud of you. Miriam just scoffed at the obvious lie. Been so long since you've been back at the manor. I was thinking you could have some tea together in the garden before the guests arrived. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm already exhausted from the trip here. I'd like to rest in my room and prepare for the Lord's Ball tonight. Also, conjuration. Okay, but let me know if you change your... Leif wasn't even finished before her sister walked past her and entered her room. Okay. Case 4, Severed Ties. Look, I feel so out of place here. Why is he here? What the hell? Despite my clear issues with the even grown upper class, I somehow found myself at a party filled with them. I hardly recognized anyone, but from all the looks I was getting, they clearly recognized me. Why are you in the corner by yourself? I can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. Everyone is... I lost my train of thoughts. Where's your sword? I've been wanting to wear this dress for a while now. What do you think? Oh, it's that bad, huh? What am I supposed to do when he looks at me like that? Oh, yeah, she's being... Yeah, sure. Okay, very disappointed, I see. No, you look stunning, beautiful, breathtaking. Several words came to mind, all of which would be mortifying if I said them loud. Good, you look good. Oh, I look good? That's a start. It's almost as if she had the ability to read my thoughts. Apparently you've got facial expressions. Alright, she couldn't actually do that, could she? I mean, I had the ability to read people's minds, so logic would dictate that I'm not the only one. It could be completely unique. What if she could read my mind? What if she was reading it right now? You're here too? Am I interrupting something? Yes. Thank you, though. But Miss Tamora, Celeste and I quietly stepped away from each other when my mentor suddenly appeared. I want to check in on you two before we met with the Duke. You kids play safe, you know. I spotted Miss Tamora's client following behind her. It was hard to read her. The Eye Force couldn't glean anything from her mind. Her poise barely shifted. She carried herself with the grace of someone who didn't seem easily rattled. Her expression was calm yet distant. Even when we made eye contact, it felt like she was just staring through me. It's because she can't see you. This is my first time meeting her, but she still looked familiar for some reason. Hi, I'm Tyrion, Miss Tamora's ward. I extended my hand to shake hers. She seemed a little unapproachable. I hoped that it wasn't being too forward. Instead of taking my hand, she clapped her hands together and took a deep breath. But what? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of habit of mine. Oh, I'm Beatrice. I've heard much about you. Mysterious woman who seems to be related to the Faust Frege, one of the four pillar families. She's currently working with Miss Tamora to negotiate some kind of deal with William Frege. She took my hand before looking to Miss Tamora. I wasn't sure about the details, but my mentor was brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frege. There were many elements of which I found puzzling, but my mentor was tight-lipped as always. We went to head to Frege's study. Can you two stay out of trouble while we're gone? Yeah, you kids play safe. Oh, come on. It's not like we always go looking for it. You two always seem to find trouble anyways. Cuthbert, we're in a manor filled with the highest members of the nobility. You're going to meet some familiar and unfriendly faces. Don't worry, we'll keep a low profile, Miss Tamora. So, why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Tamora to Lord's Ball? You know you can tell me anything, right? Everything that happened to Arnex made me think about things. Every noble in the kingdom attends this ball. I thought maybe whoever left me at my family's tavern might be here. But being here is starting to make me feel weird. The Kois are my real family. Looking for the people who abandoned me feels wrong. I don't think that's true. Really? I wouldn't be the person I am today without Miss Tamora, but I still keep the memory of my mother close to me. Well, I mean, you have a different situation, because your mother didn't, like, abandon you on a bench in the middle of a forest or whatever the hell happened with her, so you've got different situations. I don't think it's disrespectful to find out more about yourself, and I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? I'm sure of it. I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here will want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry, I can find something to fill the time. You're just gonna play chess alone somewhere, aren't you? Maybe? You really need to talk to other people. Make some new friends or something. In a room full of nobles? I'm sure they're not all bad. Arya's pretty great, right? Asked her too. She had a point, but I was never really one to make small talk with strangers. I looked around the room of nobles. I recognized some of them from news articles I had read over the years. There were also some people who were around my age. They must have been the children of the noble heads. I could approach them. Chances were one of them wouldn't be an arrogant pig. But the thought of everything that could go wrong was paralyzing. Ugh, it's fine. I don't need more friends. I spend most of the time with you anyway. That's enough for me. Well, I'm going to try to talk to some people. Yeah, I'll see you later. Celeste left to mingle with some of the other partygoers. I was almost envious of how easily she could do that. I really wish I could strike up a conversation with random strangers the same way she could. To be fair, like, these people probably despise him on a more fundamental level than most people because he keeps beating nobility in, like, court. So, it was fine. She had her strength, and so do I. That only made me wish I could be there with her. Stop it. She is her own person. She is perfectly capable of handling herself. I would need to find something to pass the time. My hand instinctively went to my satchel. I thought about bringing out my chessboard, but if I did that here, I'd just stand out even more. I should try to find somewhere where I can be alone. I can't do the magic because she's not with me. Several gold-tinted chandeliers hung from the ceilings of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irked me knowing how much wealth the Duke must have been hoarding to afford all of this. Each table had a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats at the table were filled. It didn't look like to be able to play here. You could probably, if you acted enough like a snooty dilettante, like sweep the flowers aside and then play anyway, and boast that you could take on any of the nobility there, or whatever. There would be people who would do that, and they would find it an amusing little thing there. This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. I could play on the floor. Do you want to play with me? I was talking through the hallway of the manor when I suddenly came face to face with the large animal. Before I could even realize what I was looking at, the creature quickly scampered away. Did someone leave the door open? I thought about telling someone, but the banner was full of nobles. I was sure that the servants would have spotted eventually. It wasn't as if anyone would believe me anyway. Either way, it would be best to look for somewhere else to play. I continued exploring the manor and found myself in a room with several displays. It looked like a gallery of some kind, but it was slightly out of place here. There were several nobles in the room. They were all silently appreciating the exhibits. William Frege must have paid a museum to display some historical exhibits for the Lord's Ball. There's a face I haven't seen before. He wore the vestments of an archaeologist, carrying 2 large satchels crammed with tools, maps, and other instruments. You would think that he would be told not to bring those into here. His hair was white and his skin was wrinkled, but he walked with the youth and spirit of someone who had a much longer life ahead of him. Although all of these features were far less notable than the monkey hanging off his back. That especially. Small orangutan... those aren't monkeys. He tilted his head as he looked at me curiously. When I looked directly at him, he hit himself by the old man's shoulder, peeking at me from behind it. I'm Harold Haraldson, the curator of this collection. Is that name a pseudonym or something? No. It's a little bit like being called Harold Jr., because, like, the Haraldson means son of Harold, obviously. So, he's Harold II, basically. Historian, age, question mark. He appears to be an archaeologist and historian. His noble house owns the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homerith. That can't actually be his real... That's actually possible. It's fully possible that's a real name. I see. Wait, as the curator of this museum, you must have known a lot about myths and history. I wondered, how much do you know about the myths and cultures of the nation other than Weavergard? His eyes narrowed, even his monkey eyed me suspiciously. I know you. Your name is Cuthbert, isn't it? I was never a good sign when someone recognized me. You're not exactly a friend of the nobility. I have to ask why you're here. I'm accompanying my mentor. She has business with someone here. He eyed me warily, but his stare didn't carry the usual disdain I had received from other nobles. I swear on the Scaled Lord, I'm telling the truth. The Scaled Lord is not someone whose name you should invoke so lightly. But it sounds like you're telling the truth. I just can't help but wonder why you're interested in other nations, though. I need to tread carefully. You seem nice, but he's still a noble. The kingdom scoured any available knowledge on the other nations. It was difficult to find anything on the celestial gods. But I didn't get many opportunities like this. I'm trying to learn more about the celestial gods. That's not something I'd make a habit of telling people, especially someone in your position. I know, but it's been impossible to find any information about them. I really need to find out more. Can you help me? Sigh, I can't exactly say no to such a curious mind. I'll help you the best I can, but don't let anyone know about this. Sharing this information is technically outlawed by the kingdom. This boy could put all of us in danger. Okay, I actually want to go back and do the examine on the other place. I missed that. Parametallic armbands. There's several magic runes carved into them. Those are the armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege many centuries ago. Centuries, that would mean these armbands predate the invention of artificery. That's correct. Legends say that whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe that House Frege created these to help them unlock the secrets of magic. Armbands of intellect are an ancient artifact. When worn by a creature, the creature's intelligence would be increased beyond the limits of an average human. Legends say it was forged by a member house Frigate for the study of magic. Okay. It's a pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded in each of them. They call them the Earrings of Vitality. They're an artifact found in the ruins of a large Luminite temple. Whoever wears these would have their lifespan increased tenfold. I'm sure it's just a legend, though. Did you read that from some ancient text? Not exactly. I didn't even know there were Luminite temples in Weavengard. Almost all of them have been completely demolished by the kingdom over the years. A lot of Weavengard's territory once belonged to the Theocracy, and the kingdom would rather have everyone forget that. Okay. Painting of a researcher. It's Professor Matt Furland. He's a professor of some renown. He's a researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What's that? Study of how different types of magics interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment on what would happen if two anti-magic fields overlapped each other. It's actually pretty interesting. What were the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages enter the space where two fields overlapped. It turns out that those mages were able to use their magic in that space. Wait, how would that be possible? They would just have, they would have had two anti-magic fields affecting them. When two fields overlap, they cancel each other out. I've heard that's akin to multiplying two negative numbers together. Like I said, though, that would sort of just imply that you could counteract an anti-magic field by having your own anti-magic field generator with you. As a painting of some sort of scientist. That man is Dr. Luke Kipfer. He's an alchemist and inventor of the nation of Arcane. He's well known for his studies into him being intelligence in automatons. Intelligent automatons? Would that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Kupfer's to research to create those constructs. I doubt he even created them. He seemed to be importing all of them from Arcane and taking credit for their work. It's Crimson Red Short Sword. That's a sword of spell eating. Legends say it has the power to nullify any kind of magic. So it's like an anti-magic field, in a way, but it has less than heroic origins. It's said the sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. See, this one says that it's all magic, not just harmful magic. Demons are terrible and powerful creatures. They exist solely to sow chaos and impose the gods. They supposedly took great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Legends say that most demons have the power to absorb and nullify magic. Many have theorized that a demon imbued some of that power into the sword. Okay. Is it safe to put something like this on display? Don't worry, these displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting into this. Okay. And I forgot to check something, so I'm just going to go back to the hallway here. There's several jewels mounted to the walls, and they're all equidistant from each other. I already knew that House Frege was wealthy, but embedding jewels into the walls made the matter look tacky. They even had gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallways. It was ridiculous when I really thought about it. Try not to think about it. Okay. Depending on how they're doing it, if they're just gold-leafed, it's actually probably not that expensive. So what's the historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Lord Harrelson? Harold. Oh, okay, Mr. Harold. Harold. He was being really stubborn about this. It'd be best just to go with it. My apologies, Harold. The Duke of Finance invites my museum to set up some displays here every year. You must think it adds a semblance of culture, the Philistine. I do like that as an insult. I do call people a Philistine quite a bit. It's the Haraldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homerith. Unfortunately, I don't think his guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Honestly, I think you are the only person here who's taken meaningful interest in them. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? I looked at the animal, but I quickly avoided eye contact with me and hid behind Harold's shoulder. Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Oh, you can cast Familiar Bond on him. I'm surprised you know about it, it's quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn how to cast it. We've already seen this one here. Eugene helps me with my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as spry as they used to be after all. Harold, what do you know about the celestial gods? I haven't been able to find anything about them. Well, that makes sense. They're primarily worshipped by the people of the Theocracy of Lumina. That might explain why worship of them was outlawed. Lumina was the kingdom west of us, but I knew very little about them. All I knew was that we fought them during the First War of Weavengard and then later in the Great Luminite War. They've been Weavengard's long-standing enemy for a while. Simply asking about them would raise suspicions of treason. There are 9 celestial gods, each representing a divine domain in heaven. Deus, Odin, Machina, Horus. I'm sorry, one of them is named Horus? Yes, Horus the Lightbringer. He's the god of radiance and ruler of the 6th domain in heaven. I thought I just made that name up when I was younger. Horus was real? You might have actually had someone like mention it in passing since you were in a port town, so someone could have been by like from a boat that had mentioned it. So it might not actually have been that you just completely made it up. You might have heard someone mentioning it, but is something wrong? No, no, I was just thinking about what you said. Can you tell me about Horus? As I said, he's the god of radiance, the sun and concept of light lie within his domain. He's also said to embody the virtues of truth, justice, and life itself. He is the enemy of lies. It's a little unnerving how much of a chord that struck with me. It also reminded me of something. Did that mean that naught could remain concealed from him? Some legends claim so. I'll be honest, I only have so many texts available to me. My knowledge of Lumina is limited to their myths, and my requests to travel to Lumina have been denied for decades. But there are many stories of his followers being blessed with the ability to see through lies and deception. Almost as if they had his eyes. That didn't make any sense. I didn't worship Horus. I didn't even know he was until tonight. Why would that give me his ability? No, I need to think of this more rationally. The mages of Weavengard supposedly descended from people blessed by the Scaled Lord. Using that logic, could I have descended from people who were blessed by Horus? Are any of his followers established in Weavengard? Heavens no, the Luminites are viewed as enemies of Weavengard. I'd imagine any known followers would have had unfortunate accidents befall them. That might explain why my mother never talked about him with me, but I really wish she'd left me something. Being awfully inquisitive about this. Why are you so interested in Horus and his followers? It's purely academic curiosity. He clearly wasn't convinced, but he didn't push the matter further. My attention was drawn to the earrings of vitality. They're supposedly an artifact from the ancient days of the Theocracy. Harold, would it be okay if I took a closer look at these earrings? How presumptuous. I promise I'll be careful with them. I suppose I can make an exception this time. Lord Haraldson walked up to the display case and whispered something into the runic console attached to it. I heard several magic blocks disengage before he opened the display case and carefully pulled out the artifact. Okay, so Haraldson actually has a capacity to bypass the security locks of the magical security that is used in this place. I laid my hands out so he could delicately place them in my hands. I carefully inspected the earrings. Each of them had a golden frame with a red luminous stone embedded in its center. They gleamed brightly under the artificial lights of the gallery, almost abnormally so. Wait, there's something engraved in these earrings. What? I could barely make the text engraved on the golden frame. It was nearly microscopic. I lie at the beginning of illumination. I lie within eternity, and I cannot be found in shadows. What am I? A riddle? I? It's already on it, alright. It's the letter I. Illumination starts with I. Eternity contains I, and there's no I in shadows. The earring suddenly lit up. Blinding light was washing over the gallery. I felt the ground disappear from under me. I felt like I was floating in water. I should have been shocked and surprised, but this sensation somehow felt familiar and nostalgic. You strayed very far from home, young one. A voice rang out from all around me. It felt like bells ringing and reverberating inside my head. Not much of a warrior, but maybe a warrior isn't what's needed to dispel the encroaching shadows. That light within you, why is it so reminiscent of my fallen friend? What are you talking about? Who are you? I suppose it doesn't matter from which spark the flame came. It burns bright within you like that of a burning star. Go forth and walk the path of radiance, my heavens born. A divine edict. Wait, is this a spell? Okay, a prayer of truth. None. Instantaneous. No. Divine invocation to manifest any covenant written in blood and spirit. All will be revealed whether said covenant was forged in heaven or hell. So this is basically reveal contract, which would be useful for a lawyer. Mr. Cuthbert, are you okay? What? What just happened? All I did was blink, and suddenly I found myself back in the gallery as if I awoke from a dream. You were just standing there, staring at nothing. Didn't you see that blinding light? There was a loud voice, too. I didn't see anything. Can I see those earrings? Right, of course. I don't see the engravings you were talking about. I know it's small, but it's right. As I took another look at the earrings, I realized that the riddle had disappeared. The golden frame was smooth and unblemished. It was as if the text had never been there. What? Was I just seeing things? I doubt you hallucinated such a specific riddle. Am I being pranked? Did someone from the Historical Society put you up to this? No, it was... What was going on? Did that riddle have something to do with the Eye of Horus? I hope Celeste's investigation was going better than mine. How dare you insinuate such thing? I wasn't trying to insult you, I just... Enough, if you try to speak with me again, I'll have you arrested for harassment. The noblewoman stormed off in a huff. Celeste just let out an exhausted sigh. Every conversation she tried hadn't gone any differently. This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What? You expect anyone here to be truthful with you? How come you two are wearing, like, such ridiculous... Like, I can kind of understand maybe why, like, Celeste would be wearing something this scandalous to, like, a formal setting where everyone's like, you're not allowed to show your ankles, that's indecent. But Steel One, you'd think, would know better. Maybe it's a different type of society, but that doesn't explain all the other nobles' dresses then. Do you expect anyone here to be truthful with you? You're essentially asking them if they engaged in adultery. Oh, hey, Arya. I'm surprised to see you here. You're not party crashing, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly just raises more questions, but I'll take your word for it. I don't know if it's any of my business, but you should think about whether this is what you truly want. What? I understand wanting to find out more about yourself, but getting entangled in the aristocracy will only bring you misery. I should know. I just want to know more about where I came from. It might help me understand all this weirdness inside me. I don't think you're weird at all. I quite enjoy your company. Aw, really? I'm sure Mr. Cuthbert feels the same way. Really? Is something wrong? No, it's just that... Actually, what do you think about Tyrion, Arya? Well, he's a remarkable attorney. His deductive skills are incredible. Frankly, I am a little envious of his talent. I'm loath to admit that Ruby Tamura has taught him well. I meant as a person, Arya. I don't think she knows him. Yeah, I only know him in a professional capacity. What did you miss? Well, you miss the fact that we're doing the prosecution's job because she gets shivved. This is a flashback to the party before the trial wherein she gets shivved, pretends she's fine, gets evacuated because you can only pretend you're not being shivved for so long before you have to go to the hospital. And Ruby is the one that's the defending attorney, and after that we step in as the prosecuting attorney for reasons. So now we're understanding the context because apparently we were involved in the case for some reason, I guess. But don't you notice how much he cares about people? I suppose he's quite dedicated to his job. It's not just a job to him, he really cares about his clients and helping them. It doesn't matter how much danger he puts himself in, it doesn't matter who threatens him. He just keeps going. It's also kind of annoying. He won't back down from anyone, even the Four Pillars. Ever since he indicted Prince Pierce, someone has been sending people into Tyrion's home. I'm good at my job, but I'm worried about I'm going to slip up one day and let him get seriously hurt. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could do more to help you with that. Yeah, for some reason she also decides that her doctor would be Nightgrave, that necromancer kid that she prosecuted against. Interesting that she chose that guy, but yeah, he's just sort of like going along. Yeah, we're prosecuting this time. I don't think that we know what we're doing. We just decided that we're just going to jump in and do that for reasons, I guess. Either that or we're going to end up playing this chapter as Ruby. We actually play the first part out as Ruby during the prologue of the chapter. It's my responsibility to protect him. Have you ever told him how worried you've been? I don't want to stop him from doing what he's doing, and I don't think he'd even listen if I did. That's what makes him who he is. He's helping a lot of people and inspires them too. He's amazing and courageous and caring and sweet. And Celeste? No, I don't know. Things have been really weird since Aranax. I need to ask about that. Something happened during Jerkid's trial. We kind of slept together. Before marriage? No, not like that. Slept in the same bed and held hands. Before marriage? What? I suppose everyone has different levels of libido, but you shouldn't be so reckless. Alright, I'm not going to get pregnant for holding Tyrion's hand. Even so, I'm not sure what kind of woman you think I am. I do not wish you to indulge you in your lecherous tales of illicit hand-holding. Oh, like you've never wanted to hold Aster's hand or anything like that. I would never. I only have the utmost respect for him. Come on, I was there at the refinery. It's obviously like him like that. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. And what if I told you he was standing right behind you? Do you honestly think I'd... He's there. He's actually there. Hi, Aster. What are you falling for? Arya's entire body whipped around to face her fiancé. She almost tripped as she stumbled backwards. Her voice started to break into a high, high-pitched whimper. Glah. Your Highness? Celeste noticed how Arya's eyes were frequently darting between the Crown Prince's face and his hand. Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind. Who are you? Like, he's probably the Crown Prince's younger brother, but, like, I don't think I've heard of you. Your Highness, please don't run ahead like that. After my otherworldly encounter, I decided to head back to the ballroom and wait for Celeste. I was able to find a seat somewhere, and it gave me a chance to think over what had happened. I'd solved some sort of riddle. It mentioned illumination and shadows. Horus is also the god of light, whose earrings are made of luminian in origin. Did my Eye of Horus react to them? Lord Harrelson was probably owned those earrings for years, yet he didn't see anything. And then there's this. Actually, I have no idea what this divine edict was. Was it a prayer, a riddle, an ability? A divine invocation to manifest any covenant written in blood and spirit. What did that even mean? It just sounded like some flowery nonsense the Church of Bahamut would say. If it was something, if some kind of spell, it was nothing like the arcane spells I'd seen in my compendiums. The descriptions of those spells were far more straightforward. It just felt like the more I learned about myself, the more questions I found. Scaled Lord, how long have I been staring at that girl? My eyes just locked into the first thing across the room, but it was clear she noticed me looking at her. I quickly looked away, but as I glanced back, she tried to flash me a friendly smile. She didn't look offended, which was a relief. I'd imagine any other noblewoman would use this as an excuse to have me thrown out. Actually, she seemed to be the only person in the room who wasn't disgusted by my presence. Maybe Celeste was right. I needed to learn to approach new people, and fate was giving me an opportunity. As I walked across the room, several nobles gave me the side-eye. She was surrounded by several attendants who had moved to stop me from approaching her. However, she waved her hand to dismiss them. That was a good sign. Her attendants seemed to disapprove, but they didn't raise any objections and left quietly. On closer look, she seemed to be a noble of some renown, but she seemed to exhibit a modesty that most aristocrats lacked. She was actually quite beautiful, but not as beautiful as Celeste, but, ugh, what was I thinking? I shouldn't be objectifying women like that. I needed to keep my thoughts clearer. I just couldn't just... Hello? Relative standing in front of her, silently having this conversation with myself. Yeah. She looked confused. I need to say something. How did normal people talk? Should I say a formal greeting, or would I just come off as pretentious? Maybe I should say something more casual, like Celeste would. I could make some kind of observation to connect with her somehow. Don't do that. Come on, Tyrion, just say something. Just say hello. Hey, my fellow blonde, what's going on? Well, you know what? You shot your shot. You did better than Harry Dubois, so, you know, I'll give you points for that. This memory would haunt me for the rest of my life. Hello. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry if I was staring. I was just daydreaming, I guess. Oh, that's okay. I wasn't staring at you, or that's not to say I wouldn't intend... God. Tyrion, what the hell are you saying? She's going to think you're a psychopath. Recalibrate. Change the subject. Social interactions occur for the sake of engaging individuals in activities. That is... Alright, sure. What activity would someone do at the Lord's Ball? Would you like to dance? Tyrion, you don't know how to dance. Okay. Celeste is going to murder me. Hey, Aster, what do you think of Arya's dress? It suits quite well, Arya. You look lovely. Squeak. Gross. I like how we know that he's, you know, a small child. His occupation is prince. He is 7 years old, and he has evocation as magic. We do not know, Harry is not a very high bar. Yeah, but I mean, you know, if you manage to make it above the bar, you're doing at least something right. Or at least you're not as wrong as it could be. You know, it's the lowest the bar could be, and we shimmied over it. You know, we made it. We've done it. But I must say, Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. How do you get an invite to the Lord's Ball? I'm just tagging along for one of Ruby's jobs. That explains why Mr. Cuthbert is here as well. Oh, Tyrion's back? Where is he? Raz scanned the ballroom until she found Tyrion. Who the hell's that? Oh, I believe that's Lady Freyga. That's strange. She usually rebukes most men who approach her. Oh, she does she? I guess Tyrion's special for some reason. He never told me he could dance. They're stumbling along the dance floor. The Crown Prince watched as Tyrion stepped on Lady Freyga's toes several times. I don't think he actually can. Thank you, Aster. I think you got my back, Aster. You're doing a great job. I love you, man. What would Freyga want with Tyrion? She's up to something. Arya, what do you know about her? She's having a panic attack. She's no help right now. Arya's still steadily blanking at the Crown Prince. Looked like she was running through several calculations in her head, but failing to arrive at anything. Ugh. Another misstep caused me to step on her foot. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I don't do this a lot, or at all. It's okay. At least She wasn't in pain as I accidentally kicked her foot again. I felt like I was slowly chipping away at that considerate smile on her face. You know, I'm not very good at dancing per se, but I do know how to not step on people. Like, that's... You could make it so that your dancing is even worse looking. Potentially. It would probably actually still look better if you just made sure you were not stepping on their feet. As the only consideration you had during the entire endeavor, but, you know, whatever. Perhaps you should follow my lead. I carefully looked downwards, watching to make sure I didn't accidentally parry her foot with mine. It also made it easier, looking at her face presented its own distraction. I'm Tyrion, by the way. Yes, I'm aware. You've been on the paper a lot recently. Oh, I'm Leaf of House Frege. Oh. Middle child of William Frege. She seems conflicted between her father's death and Beatrice's arrest for his murder. Keeping in mind that, like, the murder hasn't actually happened yet in this flashback, whatever, she's much kinder than Miriam. It's hard to believe they grew up in the same home. Miriam's not that bad, actually, but she's a snob. Like, that's the difference. Of all the people I could approach, I chose someone with the four pillar families. But she didn't seem too bothered. Why would she agree to dance with me if she knew who I was? I'm sorry for not bringing it up sooner. I can imagine you wouldn't want to associate with someone like me. No, it's just that I had a run-in with your sister a few months ago. I don't think she cares for me that much. That sounds like we have something in common. Before she could finish that thought, she suddenly froze. I was tripped as I avoided stepping on her foot again. She was staring wide-eyed, something behind me, Celeste, with a gigantic sword. Her breathing was quickening, and her hand began to squeeze my shoulder. I turned to look and saw Beatrice storming through the ballroom. Is that? I'm terribly sorry, I have to go. Without another word, she quickly left, hurrying after Beatrice. Did the two of them know each other? Did you get snubbed? Oh, thanks, Skildor, someone I actually know. So, who was that? She wore her usual approachable smile, but I could have sworn something about her tone was louder than usual. I was trying to talk to people. Isn't that what you told me to do? Yeah, but I didn't mean that you should shoot your shot with a Frege. You're going to tell me how you pulled that off. Do I have to? Yes. Sit down. I snuck you some bread rolls from the buffet. Oh, have you tried them? They're amazing. Yeah. It really is you. Where have you been all this time, Beatrice? You've been so worried about you. Really? It appears you two have much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave. I've known for a while, but I still can't believe it. You're actually marrying her, aren't you? You didn't leave me much choice. As future king of Weavengard, I have responsibilities. I doubt you would know anything about that. When did you suddenly start caring so much about responsibility? I've always done what I had to for the people of Weavengard. Sigh, I barely even recognize you anymore. I'd certainly hope so, considering what I was like back then. I've always done what was necessary to stay in control, but what you're doing to Arya, I know, but she's willing to put aside her disdain for me for the sake of... that's not... 9 hells. Do you seriously still not... Never mind, it seems that you're just as much of an oaf as you were before. And Eris has such a unique way of cutting into me like a knife. I oddly missed that. Beatrice just scoffed at that. Oh my god, please say it again. I really don't want to. Come on, the look on your face gets better each time. Sigh. Hey, my fellow blonde, what's going on? Celeste just started snickering to herself again. She started slamming her fist on the table, drawing some looks from the aristocrats nearby. I can't believe it. I guess any line will work when it comes from you. I'm glad it's over. I look like an idiot out there. Hey, it's not over yet. You owe me a dance. What? Don't be like that. How often do you get to go to a party like this? Before I had a chance to object, she grabbed my hand and started dragging me to the middle of the dance floor. She's going to step on my feet and it's going to, like, really hurt. I might not survive this. Celeste, people are staring at us. I know I survived this, actually, because I end up at the trial that's tomorrow, but who cares? They're nobles. They're going to hate us no matter what we do. She took hold of my other hand and pulled me into a waltz. Celeste, I have no idea what I'm doing. It's easy, just stop being so awkward about it. That was easy for her to say. Alright, can you at least tell me what to do? Well, first, you need to be closer to me. One swift motion to pull my body closer to hers. I don't remember being this close when I was dancing with Leaf. Yeah, well, I'm not Leaf. Watch where I'm going and follow my lead. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. It's also a little bit like martial arts dancing. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me? I see. Given that you can, like, pick up his carriage and, like, chuck it, you could probably actually just intimidate a merchant into hiring you. I think that would also work. I carefully watched the movements of her feet and tried to match them. After a while, we both fell into a gentle rhythm. I accidentally stepped on her foot, but she didn't seem to... I don't think... Yeah, she wouldn't even notice. Was she being polite, or did she generally not feel any pain? I just got a weird little bit of feedback there. That was weird. You're getting it, but don't focus so much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, look up. I finally looked up at her, and she smiled back at me. It's embarrassing being this close, but every time I avoided her eyes, I found myself being drawn back into them. Ah, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. He never turns away from a challenging noble, but he can't dance a step to save his life. Wait, is my life on the line? Are you going to kill me if I fail here? I was starting to become lightheaded for some reason. Was I sweating too much? I really hoped it wasn't visible. Every part of my body was tense, but I didn't want to break away from her. There was comforting warmth behind all this. Things were always different with her. Let myself relax a bit more and continue watching her movements. See, there you go. But, what is it? You know the man is supposed to lead, right? Yeah, well, she could literally snap you in half like a twig, so, just roll with it. Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes. Or maybe you just suck at this. I can do two things at once. Not dancing isn't one of them, but I can do two things. I'd forgotten what it was like to get let go like this. I always felt like there was something to prepare for, a client that needs saving, a killer that needs catching. Been so caught up in trying to learn more about the Eye Force that I was ignoring other thoughts that I'd been having. I took a deep breath. Can we talk about what happened in Oranax? Oh, I felt her arm tense around my shoulder. It was weird, wasn't it, sleeping together? Or, I know we didn't sleep together, but I was nailing this. I was absolutely nailing this. See, this is also, just above the bar for, like Harry Dubois. He's not saying anything that she hasn't also said. No, I get it. It wasn't exactly professional. Yes, exactly. It was very unprofessional of me. If it was an accident, I'm worried that I overstepped my boundaries as your employer. Well, Rue's my employer. You're different. Different how? She seemed to think about it a moment before she said to herself, I guess you're the only person who doesn't treat me like a monster. Because you're a mage? Come on, Tyrion. You've seen me fight. I know you're just being polite about it, but it's off-putting, right? No, it's fine. It is terrifying, though. It really isn't. What are you talking about? Really? It doesn't freak you out whenever we beat up a crowd of thugs in an alleyway? In so much as violence of any sort can be kind of scary, but, How about last night when I ragged all that thief tried to break into your house? I was honestly more impressed by that than anything else. Stop being nice about it. I know it's not normal. Something inside me really enjoys fighting. I love it, but I also hate it. Every time someone sees me fight, they start looking at me as if I'm some kind of bloodthirsty freak. Even my parents used to look at me like that sometimes. I'm really sorry if I've ever looking at you like that. That's the worst part. You haven't. I never know what you're really thinking. You always try to tread first in danger without a second thought. This whole kingdom is rotten with corruption. I don't know how I could be so hopeful. I don't get how you can be so hopeful and optimistic all the time. I really admire you for that, but sometimes it feels too good to be true. It makes me wonder what's really going on inside your head. Usually awkward questions about things that he's thinking about, trying to deal with something else. He's not all there all the time. You're really passionate about protecting the people you care about. When you fight, I see someone who cares deeply. You love the people around you so much that you're driven to stop anyone who threatens them. Make it all look so effortless. I don't think I've ever met anyone as strong as you. I thought you were always proud of that. It's one of the things I've always admired about you. I saw a smile curl on her face became flushed. You know the truth about me, I'm not some idealistic hero. I'm just a dumb, traumatized kid who thinks he can save everyone. Both stayed silent for a while, simply moving to the beat of the music. Tyrion, I didn't mind being unprofessional with you. Oh, that's good. Well, only if you're okay with that. Would you be okay with things like that? Still wasn't certain about what she meant, or why she suddenly switched to the present tense. Was she trying to imply that she also wanted to? No, I couldn't rush forward before I had more evidence. Needed to be tactful and vague. Well, I appreciate some level of professionalism in my work, but with you, or to say that I'd like to attempt, that's not what not to say that I don't want to only be professional with you. Great. Good job. Skilled Lord, I just need to say what I wanted to say. I've never felt this way about someone before. Oh. Question marks. I actually can't remember. No, that's just, yeah, alright, whatever. I don't know how to navigate this, but if I want to, if you're okay with it. Could we try? Suddenly heard the footfalls of several knights behind me. Celeste's eyes widened, her lips pursed. Confused, I began to turn my head to see what the commotion was about, but she had just grabbed me by the chin. Hey, why don't you finish that thought first? Beatrice Frege. Did you just say Beatrice Frege? I think something's happening. Nope, it's just Orem. Turns out he's an absolute monster on the dance floor. Well, that just made me want to look more. By the authority of the Weavengard Crown, you're under arrest. Seriously? Now? But we should go see what's happening. Yeah. You're completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Do you not recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frege. I can't really do that, Your Highness. As we approached Beatrice, we saw the two princes standing between the Inquisition and Beatrice. Your Highness, what's going on? The Crown Prince scanned the room. Everyone's eyes were on him. He leaned towards me and spoke in a hushed whisper. It's William Frege, who was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think that Beatrice is behind it somehow. Sorry, Your Highness, but my order came straight from Steelwind. Lady Steelwind sent you? Beatrice cursed under her breath and clasped her hands together. I should go with them. What? No. My brother's right. They have no right to. We're causing a scene, and I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's just being careful. I'm sure I'll be exonerated once they've thoroughly investigated what happened. Okay. What? You can't just let them take her away? Brother, she's correct. It's not our place to interfere with the laws of her kingdom. I mean, you can. However... Yes, Your Highness? Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Yeah, we've already got that. Anyways, we're going to need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should stay with her and guide her, though. Please, I'm not a child. Beatrice walked past the knights and towards the foyer. It appeared that she already knew her way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right, Inquisition, move out. Seemed to be just my luck that a night like this would end in a murder. What the hell is going on? A murder. Okay. 4.2, so this one... Okay. Ugh. Can't believe they kept us here until noon. Lord's ball has already run well into the night, even before the murder occurred. Well, nothing more than to catch up on my lost sleep, but I made a promise to the Crown Prince. After a meeting with William, she was with my brother and me the entire night. She couldn't have stolen the sword of spell eating and have murdered her father. Of all the people that could have done those two crimes, why would steal and suspect a blind woman? Stealing was never one to abuse her authority. There had to be a reason behind the arrest, not to mention that the sword of spell eating had been stolen. After what Harold had said about it, I was uneasy about it going missing. Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I doubt that will be necessary. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure she'll be the one defending her. Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. What's wrong? I'd like for you to investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert. What? But we just told you that Mr. Morrow will... I know, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. She was a dear friend? They must have known each other since she was a Frege. Why would Mr. Morrow, of all people, represent a member of the Pillar family? Leaf also seemed like she hadn't seen Beatrice in a long time. It was as if she'd spotted a ghost. What does Arya get shanked? She mentions that she got, like, cut up in a sort of altercation just before court at a certain time or something like that. She's fine, but, yeah, like, she's horribly injured, which is why we take her place. I can't believe this. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She changed back into her normal clothes. What's wrong? People in the coat room said they couldn't find my sword. What? When Celeste went to the coat room to change, she was told that her sword had gone missing. Someone else must have taken it. She once told me that it was forged in the Eastern Kingdoms and crafted from the bones of a purple worm. It was potentially very valuable. Did someone steal it? Let's keep an eye out for it while we look around the manor. This might all be some kind of mix-up. I hope so. So, can we continue what we were talking about before? Oh, why was I so nervous about this? Just need to tell her how I felt. Oh yeah, no pressure there at all. How did I feel? I might be for the best. It might be for the best that we focus on the investigation. Science is counting on us after all. I was being a coward, but there was a kernel of truth to what I was saying. Oh, okay. But we will be talking about this later. I'm guessing that Arya gets like attacked during her investigation by somebody, possibly with her sword or whatever. But you know, let's head to the crime scene. His Highness said that that's where the body was found. Are you too worried about the missing sword? No. Well, yes, I am worried. I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. She was trying her best to hide how worried she was. I knew how important her sword was to her. Hopefully it would turn up somewhere in the manor. The body was supposedly found in the Duke's study on the top floor. We should probably start an investigation there. Nothing here. Okay, we've already seen this one. Bank houses are loaded. I would imagine they would be. Okay, let's check the gallery first. Okay, we returned to the gallery and saw a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene of the theft. The braces of intellect are gone. I didn't see Mr. Haraldson anywhere. The Inquisition must have still been questioning him. Display case that held the armbands of intellect is empty. Display case is completely shattered. The thief was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. Display case holding earrings of vitality is completely untouched. Whoever stole the artifact ignored it. I already know about this one. Okay, same thing as the last time, basically. Okay. Oh, what the hell? There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is a school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. It's the most primal of 7 schools of magic. Some must use a powerful spell to blast the display case apart. Okay. I kind of wonder who would actually have the, like, ability to do that. Who do we know that's, like, a really, really powerful evocationist? Because most people here are, like, Steelwind is evocation, isn't she? Wait. His monkey knows how to do transmutation? That's interesting. Alright. Like, the Fregas are all... She's illusion, that's interesting. The Fregas are generally conjuration. Then you got him as necromancy. So the only one who does evocation is Steelwind. Interesting, okay. There's the chalk outline. I arrived at the crime scene and saw the usual swarm of inquisitorial knights. However, there were also some members of the King's Guard alongside them. They must have been working together since the victim was the head of a pillar family. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. Thought Ruby Tomorrow was defending this case. Prosecutor Steelman approached us as we entered the study, and she was followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Wallace, what are you doing here? He's here as my aide for the investigation. Was she attacked? Is she, like, bleeding out right now already? I didn't doubt Wallace's abilities, but why would Steelwind need his help? Anyways, we're here on behalf of the Crown Prince. He hired us to investigate this case independently. I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're here on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you. This whole situation is strange, but our goal will remain the same. Steelwind should be able to tell us more about what happened. So, alright. What can you tell about the murder? William Frey was found dead in his room after the lockdown was lifted. Wait, lockdown? What lockdown? From what we can tell, his throat had been slashed open with a letter opener. The cause of death was blood loss. Both his carotid arteries were severed. It was expertly done. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. Here's the autopsy report if you want detailed description. 312, we already sort of saw. There's traces of illusion magic were found in the body. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, it was the letter opener owned by the victim. The murderer must have found it in the room and used it. There was one strange detail about the weapon. The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that detail, but something crushed the handle using tremendous force. Murder weapon was the letter opener with House Frega's crest on it. It must have been owned by the victim. Its handle was completely shattered. It would have taken a tremendous amount of force to crush it like that. Is that supposed to be with the crushed handle, or is that before the handle was crushed? I'm imagining that's what it looked like before the handle was crushed, but that's a very strange handle regardless. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? You mentioned there was a lockdown. When did this happen? You didn't notice? The Inquisition did try to be discreet. But everyone knows the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you? Oh. Anyways, you said the Duke's body was found after the lockdown. Was the lockdown triggered when the Sword of Spell meeting went missing? It didn't just go missing. There was clear evidence that someone had broken into one of the Herald's exhibits. There was also a theft last night. Does the Manor's lockdown system behave like the one in the Imperial Academy? The systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevented people from leaving or entering the manor. So not all the rooms were locked, but what about this specific room? This room does have abjurative wards that lock the door and prevent teleportation in and out of it. In addition to that, the system placed an anti-magic field over the manor. Okay, while concentrating on the spell, the caster forms a 10-foot radius sphere that nullifies all magic within it. Any spell effect that enters the sphere instantly dissipates, and any mage that tries to cast a spell within the zone will fail to do so. And the system somehow covered the entire manor in this effect. I'm sure you noticed several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the manor. Each of those crystals produces an anti-magic field during the lockdown. Wouldn't that mean that if they're overlapping, that you could stand like right in the middle and be affected by two of them and still be able to use magic? Maybe they're calibrated very well, I guess. Or maybe it doesn't have to be circular. Maybe it could be a wall or something like that. Lockdown system covers the entire manor. Once activated, it creates a magical barrier that prevents anyone from leaving or teleporting out of the building. In addition to this, it covers the entire manor in an anti-magic field. Within this field, any and all magic effects are nullified and disabled. However, anyone physically or magically connected to the Sword of Spell unit would be immune to the effects of the anti-magic fields. So no one could cast any magic during the entirety of the lockdown? Not exactly. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. I want to just check something here. The fact that there's, like, illusion at the scene is worrisome. Transmutation is starting to look interesting to me. Because we saw that big wolf earlier, and it might have actually something to do with it, because we also hear that there's scratch marks on the deceased, on their face and back, I believe. Shows several scratch marks on the face and back. Traces of illusion magic were also found in the body. I'm not sure where the illusion magic on the body comes in from, per se. But we'll see. Can you tell more about the theft? Who reported it? After Lord Harrelson reported what had happened, Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try and find it, but was eventually found in Beatrice's bedroom. And what led them to believe that she had stolen it? That's correct. The King's guard moved to arrest her, but His Highness ordered them to step down. Didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party had ended, but then they found the Duke's body. Correct, we believe that she used the stolen sword to nullify the magical locks and break into the Duke's study. But if she had the sword, why wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder, or perhaps she was more confident, had more confidence wielding a knife instead of a sword. Regardless of her reasons, it's clear that the sword wasn't the murder weapon. So she's not just being implicated in the Duke's murder, she's also being charged with stealing the sword of spell eating. What possible reason could she have to do either of these crimes? And how could she possibly carry out all these crimes if she were blind? Since the body was found here, was the Duke locked in the room during the lockdown? Yes, William Frey knew that this room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood. He locked himself in this room for most of the night. He refused to let anyone into the room. The only person he spoke to after that was Leaf. She tried to tell her father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay and stay for the rest of the night. When did this happen? It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, a little after 1 a.m. I see. After his meeting with Beatrice Frege, William Frege retreated into his study and locked himself in and within it. He refused to speak with almost everyone who tried to disturb him. The only person who spoke to him was Leif Frege. She told him about the theft of the sword of spell eating a little after 1 a.m., but William didn't seem to care and returned to his business. Leif must have been the last person to see William Frege alive then. I was already acquainted with her. She might be able to tell me more about the Duke's actions that night. By the way, Stillman, do you have any map of the matter? I do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. 2 floors? That's all? That's the ballroom. Where's the hallway that we visited? So the storage, the coat room there. There's the study. Beatrice room here. There's a bath there. Garden, Miriam, Leaf. Beatrice's room is interesting. William's bedroom. The other rooftop garden. Were there any other witnesses aside from Leaf who saw the Duke that night? There was someone who heard the altercation, but it's not much to go off of. The servant was trapped in a storage room nearby. The air vent that connects to his room runs to that storage room. He supposedly heard sounds of struggle through that vent. What did the witness hear? There were sounds of struggle before he heard the Duke choking, presumably on his own blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the King's Guard of what he heard. That's when they discovered the body. I see. Who was the servant? I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes. Really? What is Jan doing here? That is a good question. I never expect to see him again, much less here of all places. Did William Frege hire him after he was let go from the academy? Sealand, I really need to understand why you think Beatrice did this. She's completely blind, isn't she? You don't know her as I do. It just seems really difficult to believe. House Frege has always thrived by politically maneuvering around the other pillar families. And no one has embodied that more than Beatrice. In her years studying at the Imperial Academy, she didn't just excel, she dominated. She has an uncanny talent for understanding what people wanted, and she knew exactly how to use that to her advantage. During her first year, she had the ear of the student council president. By her second year, she had stolen his position from him. She only gained more influence after that. wasn't long before professors were deferring to her, students would seek her favor, she even had her hands on the school board. In 4 short years, she had turned the Imperial Academy into her own personal empire. She's always calculating, she knows exactly how to get what she wants. She was even arranged to marry the Crown Prince. Even now, I'm living in her shadow. What? Did something happen to change that? I won't speak much more of it, but there was an accident. She was horribly injured and she lost her sight. I'm not sure what happened after that, but she later fled to Frege Manor and went into hiding. No one knows where she'd gone, and she ignored any attempts we made to contact her. Last night's ball was the first time in years that Astor and I had seen her. Until the night of the murder, many of her friends and family members hadn't seen or heard from her. Then how did Miss Tamora meet her? Would you happen to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father after all these years? I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both been refused to disclose anything about their meeting. What could that meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As a defense attorney, I would have thought she'd be here to investigate the murder alongside you. That was strange, but Miss Tamora had always had her own way of doing her job. Perhaps she was using a different strategy. Anyways, I imagine that she met with her father to request financial aid. What makes you say that? I have it on good authority that she's deeply in debt. But that seems so unlike her. Was she truly that desperate? That's the only reason she would want to speak with her father after all these years. So I believe she's the one who murdered him. You think she murdered him for his inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. There's a lot to work through here. She is jumping to a conclusion, though you shouldn't assume that the motive is the thing that has to make sense there, because there could be other reasons behind the scenes that she would have done that, or that could not be a motive at all, or it could be someone else completely. So it's bad to sort of jump to that conclusion. But what would she have needed to do to carry out all the actions described? We need to narrow down the time that the murder occurred. I discovered after the lockdown was lifted, and Leif Frege saw her father alive before it was activated. He entered his study and she watched as the lock engaged. The murder occurred during the lockdown. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown, but that means that the murderer somehow got past the abjuration wards that protected this room. Steele and the Inquisition believe that Beatrice used the Sword of Spell Eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume the murderer used some kind of magical nullification to get into William's study. But that's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murderer entered the room before William locked it? If they were in the room when William locked it, they would have been trapped in here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment they entered the guards entered the study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility, or they could have teleported away the moment the King's Guard unlocked the door. This is really odd from a game design perspective. Which part? The room is enchanted to block teleportation. A spell like that wouldn't have worked. Curious how this will play out? Yeah. Well, we're at a point where we don't have all the facts yet, so we're collecting those, and then we'll potentially have something a little bit more clear. But yeah, that's usually how these work, is you don't have a very clear picture from the start. They have to set up the rules of the engagement, basically. The room is enchanted to block teleportation. A spell like that wouldn't have worked. Right, I remember Miriam did something similar to her dorm room at the Imperial Academy. What about Celeste's theory of an invisible assailant? This entire setup? I mean, it's not too different from what I would expect from this kind of game, but yeah. Admit that we did find small traces of illusion magic. But the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see them. So we know for sure that they weren't here before or after the lockdown. That means that whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards that protect this room. Could be transmutation, scuttled up the chimney as a spider, waited until they were gone. Method of entry. The murderer somehow entered William Frege's study despite being protected with abjurative wards. These wards magically locked the only door leading to the room. They also prevented teleportation in and out of the room. It's possible to temporarily nullify these wards with the Sword of Spell Eating. I mean, strictly speaking, with what they've explained as well, if you just had anti-magic, you could get in with anti-magic, so... Next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? It was a letter opener that was presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. The murderer took the murder weapon... Right, the letter opener came from this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid using a weapon that would have implicated them. so they decide to use it and leave it here afterwards. That leaves a glaring hole in this prosecution's case. And what would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? Beatrice Frege is completely blind. Even if she were somehow able to break in the highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guard and enter the Duke's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it in the first place? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all of this. You do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. Look, I understand she's probably really intelligent, but it just seems impossible. If there's anything I know about Beatrice Frege, she can turn impossibility into inevitability if she wants to. Well, I guess we'll see. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert? What's wrong? What would you do if you discovered that one of your clients was guilty? What? I tend to have insight into these sorts of things. I've never been in that position. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but why don't you humor me? What would you do if they were guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. No, you should still defend them because that is, well... you have magical and truth detection bullshit, so you can tell, but the justice system falls apart if you don't defend your client. And no one else would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a difficult choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. You can also try to represent them in such a way that if they are guilty, they get a fair deal. Like, that's also part of being a defense attorney, is not necessarily just getting them out scot-free. I don't think I could stand by and let a murderer escape justice. Why do you ask? Well, does it have to be a murder? Are you only a murderer defense attorney? Whatever. Huh, no reason. Okay. Anyway, she made her stance clear. I still have a lot of leads to follow up on. Ugh. What's wrong? The entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything's glowing white. Right, that makes sense. There are several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those fields probably left traces of abjuration everywhere. I won't bother showing the traces of abjuration I find while we're here. Okay, so we don't see the specific thing that they just said that we wouldn't see, but there is nothing else here. Bookshelf filled with books. I wonder what kind of books the Duke owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank. All of his real books seem to be on the floor in his desk. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. So he tries to appear cultured, but he is, as the professor said, a Philistine. Large mahogany table at the end of the room. The Duke must have done his work here. There's a pool of blood and chalk outline where the body must have been. There's several books about economics and politics. Doesn't look like anything's of note. Okay. Fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here? That couldn't be possible. The chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it. But would a monkey be able to fit through it? Painting of some sort of scholar. There's some text on it. Rook Rissinger, economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. He was known in some circles as Rook the Cook due to his abilities to cook the books of the Four Pillar Houses. Rook the Cook. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that. Just commit a bunch of crimes. What about Crimson Demon? Ugh, not that one. Another chandelier. This room probably costs more money than my family's tavern. Yeah, probably. It's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through here? No, the window didn't open. The glass was magically reinforced. Okay. Looks like we're done here. Wait, are we not? This could also just be that they don't have a patch that tells me to move when I need to in this instance. Yeah, alright. We'll check the storage room first. Is Yan here? We enter the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent and connect to the Duke's study. When we came across a person lying on the floor. What? Wait, Yan, is that you? Aw, man, what's all the noise? I was having such a good nap, too. Mr. Hughes? Oh, it's you two. Why are you taking a nap in the storage room? The Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder. And I spotted Lucio Steelman in that room with the nice couches. No way am I sleeping anywhere near that guy. Lucio Steelman was here? I'm sorry someone like him would attend the Lord's Ball. Anyways, the prosecutor told us that you heard the murder from here during the lockdown. Do you think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? My nap's ruined anyway. So you're working as a servant now? Not exactly, but I was part of the catering staff. Twins started their own food business after Frege threw us out of the academy. Right, sorry about that. Things happen. I'm honestly glad I'm out of that place. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too? Nah, they just contracted some stuff to the Duke for the Lord's Ball. Honestly, I thought we would see them again, but yeah, it's nice that they're doing their thing. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. I wonder how they felt about this. They lent their services to the very man who got them fired in the first place. Well, he must have offered them a lot of gold. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? Prosecutor. Well, I mean, you're not getting murdered, so I would call you a sort of middle of the road as far as that goes. The prosecutor told us that you heard the altercation through the air vents. Can you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear anything. I was everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened. Why were you napping here? I had nothing else to do. I accidentally closed the door and the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. After a while, the sounds of some kind of scuffle were coming through the vents. I couldn't hear everything, but I heard the Duke shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" That went on for a few seconds, and I heard the sound of someone getting stabbed. Do you hear the voice of the assailant? They didn't say anything, but I did hear them. Their voice was really raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something. I can relate. Or they were trying to mask their voice. Jan Hughes was trapped in a storage room near William Frega's study. He took a nap and was woken at the sounds of some kind of physical struggle. He heard Frega shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" After a few more seconds, he heard the sound of someone being stabbed. Why did you enter the storage room anyway? The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. I figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. After I was done, I tried to leave, but the door was locked, so I took a nap. Rats in the vents. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. It's probably a transmutation thing. So that guy with the monkey is feeling very suspicious to me, because he could send his monkey through the vents or whatever and have it sort of do its things. He could augment its intelligence with the artifact that was stolen that was next to the sword of spell whatever, of spell leading, to enhance the monkey's intelligence to make it as intelligent as a human. And since it's also capable of casting transmutation magic, it could then turn into a person or something like that. Where the illusion magic comes in, I'm not as sure though. Because the only person who really can use magic in this setup seems to be Beatrice. He only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. It was a small piece, but a piece nonetheless. Either way, it was time to move somewhere else. There are several boxes in this room. They appear to contain various cleaning supplies. We should ask them, did you ever catch that rat? The air vent leads to the Duke's study. Supposedly, Ian heard the altercation between the Duke and his assailant through this. Okay. Her room is the exact same as it was in the academy. Come on, Tracker, where are you? Chew. As I entered Beatrice's room, I was assaulted by a large cloud of dust. Ugh, some have gotten in my eyes. Oh. As my vision cleared up, I realized that there was someone else in the room with us. Oh, Leaf. Sorry, I didn't mean to barge in. No, there's no need to apologize. Hello, fellow blonde. I really didn't need to be reminded about that right now. See, she's taking this, well. I mean, we definitely succeeded better than Harry. Hi. I'm really sorry for leaving so abruptly like that. No, I understand. My eyes wandered around the room. I really felt awkward for some reason. It's probably for the best anyway. I had no idea what I was doing out there. No, you're fine. My feet still hurt. I'm sure with enough practice you'll get the hang of it. I'd love to dance with you again. Most of the men who approached me during the ball seem to think too highly of themselves. I much prefer your company. Well, that will have to wait. We're here on behalf of the Crown Prince to investigate what happened. Right. We were wondering if we could ask you some questions. Her posture became tense, which was to be expected considering the circumstances. Of course, I'd be happy to help. Psychological profile. So apparently we actually have to get her to break her guard down a little bit. It's a highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm at the Imperial Academy. It looks identical to it, but, I think they're alluding to that fact. Dresser covered in layers of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. It's a table for guests, but like everything else, it's extremely dusty. Trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can't see her clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's Crimson Lotus. What? It's my sword. What? I never knew a sword had a name. So this is where it's been. But why is it in Beatrice's room? She reached out to take it, but I blocked her hand. This is the room where they found the sword of spell eating. It's likely that the two thefts are related, but why? The only thing similar to them is that they're both swords. I know, but this could still be part of the crime scene. We shouldn't disturb it. But I'll talk to Steelwind. She can send some guards to something nice to guard it. Okay, fine. There's definitely more to this, but what? Alright, so whatever they sent to go get the sword of spell eating was told to find like a red sword, and they found Celeste's sword first, so they stole that, or told, no, that's the wrong one. So they had to go out and get the second one. So whatever we're talking about here is slightly not that intelligent. Which is why I'm thinking that might be the monkey, but I'm not 100% sure about that now. I just feel like that's been leading me towards that conclusion, which might mean that's probably meaning it's wrong, but we'll find out. Why are there transmutations attached to the swords? That means I thought this thing was immune to transmutations, though. I guess that means someone tried to cast it on it or something like that. Seal tells us that you were the last person to see Will and Frege that night. Do you not notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset. I think Beatrice may have offended him during their meeting. The servant said that he demanded to be left alone. He retreated into his study immediately after Beatrice left. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone and let the Kingsguard investigate the sword. He was probably busy making the changes to his will. Now that was an interesting thought. When did you speak to them last? It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 a.m. that night. After his meeting with Beatrice Frege, William Frege retreated into his study and locked himself in with it. He refused to speak to almost everyone who tried to disturb him. The only person who spoke was Leif Frege, who told him about the theft of spell sword a little after 1 a.m., but William didn't seem to care and returned to his business. Through Leif's thoughts, he entered the study to make some sort of adjustments to his will. And do you have any idea what he's doing in the study? What? No, I have no idea. Leif, is there something you're not telling us? It's important for us to know about your father's actions that night. I'm sorry, I don't know anything else. My father didn't share much with anyone, even his own family. I wish I could be of more help. I really don't know anything else. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed. She's clearly holding something back. If I could reveal what she's hiding through an argument, she might be more willing to cooperate, but I would need more information about William and his will first. This room is really dusty. Why hasn't anyone cleaned it? I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. Beatrice is very dear to me. I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room was the only memory I had of her. She must have been holding on to the hope that her sister would return. That must have been 5 really long years. What about the sword of spelling? Do you know about how it ended up in this room? I'm not sure. Perhaps they knew that the servants were ordered to never enter this room. It's even possible someone planted it here to frame Beatrice. What can you tell me about your father? My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant aristocrat and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. I see, he had a lot of enemies. As the head of House Frege, he controlled every banking house in Weavengard. There were many people who resented his wealth and power. Can you remember anyone specific? Perhaps someone that he'd slighted recently? There was Lloyd von Sanctus, the ruling lord of Arnax. Yes, I'm sure you remember him. His reputation plummeted after Drake and his trial. My father took that as an opportunity to slowly take control of von Sanctus Industries. From what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. With things as tense as there, I doubt that he'd get himself involved in another murder. But I can never be too sure. No one spotted a cat walking around the Lord's Ball, did they? No, I'm certain there weren't any cats present. She's oddly confident about that, because there was that gigantic-ass dog. Either way, it sounded like I would have to speak with him and get more details. But I really doubted he'd even consider cooperating with me. He might not even be around here. Can you tell me about Beatrice Frege? I heard that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. She is incredible. At the age of 13, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But it was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. But Beatrice was just as sharp as he was. She was responsible to get the results that she wanted, just like my father. Everyone thought that Beatrice would inevitably become the head of House Frege, but our family knew the truth. No matter how hard Beatrice tried, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel to her. He constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed anything she said to him. And after the accident, he used her disabilities as an excuse to take away everything she had built for herself. If it's not too painful for you, could you tell me more about Beatrice's accident? Is this even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail can make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure about exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She was trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. I can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. Even at the hospital bed, she was still thinking about how to move forward. She was always calculating like that. That didn't matter. My father saw this opportunity. He told me that he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. We want to reduce her to a mere decoration for her home, just like he'd done to every other woman in our family. And that must have been why she left. Did she contact you during the time that she was missing? No, no one had heard of her during that time. Well, as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had finally broken free from my father. Okay. Steelwind? That's just this, okay. I explored the manor further and found one of its many sitting rooms. Oh, shit. And there I spotted a very familiar face. He was sipping on a glass of wine, his indifferent expression turned to sneer the moment I entered the room. Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't have gotten any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? The head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Arnex where my affairs are in such disarray. I hear that you've been busy since we last met. Must be difficult losing your empire to House Frege. Tyrion, we do need his testimony. Is that so? What makes you think it ever help the likes of you? Because it would take suspicion off of you, and with your reputation, you would probably use all the help you can get. How dare you? I'll have you know that I'm still a respected member of the nobility. Respected, is that why people keep talking about your plot to blow up Arnex? Because the way I see it, being involved in another scandal would destroy what's left of your reputation, but it makes no difference to me. To be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than to drag you onto the stand and embarrass you a third time. Fourth time, you also beat him at chess. All he just grumbled under his breath. Very well. Means I won't have to suffer your presence any longer. I'll oblige and answer your questions. He'll tell us something inaccurate, though. Painting of some adventures in the tavern. Ah, this must be Beatrice Frege the first. Which one? I can't really tell which one would be that. The first? According to the legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Weirengard. She joined a band of adventurers who were traveling across the nation. It's difficult to imagine the phrase coming from such humble beginnings. So is that her? Who would be the conjurer in this group? I'm guessing... I don't know. Oh shit, I'm being screwed with by Eris here. Wait, what? What is it now? That muscular man in the corner. He just vanished. What are you on about? There's never a man there. He's right. No, I'm sure he was there. Are you feeling okay? Maybe it's just seeing things. I really needed to sleep. I don't know who any of them are anyway, so making one disappear from the top left corner doesn't really do anything here for me. Chair made from mahogany. Every part of this house just exudes wealth. Wealth that's been siphoned out of the common folk. Shelf filled with books. Fake books, they're completely blank. Store that leads to the coat room. Oh, shit. That doesn't count. What? There's a window with a view to the outside. Great. Fantastic. Alright. What are we doing here? We got 15 minutes? Okay. Honestly, it's just one mess after another with you. Mess? Wouldn't you have a lot to gain from William Frege's death? If one only viewed things superficially, you might be right, but it's far more complicated than that. House Frege controls the banking houses, the main pillar of support for Weavengard's economy. William's death could have unimaginable economic consequences regardless of who inherits his house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others who would benefit from William Frege's death. You mentioned that other people would benefit from Frege's death. Who specifically? If I had to venture a guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. But you just said the Duke's death would have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Ha, do you think that brute cares about Weavengard's economy? How is Eris messing with me? She's not even here. No, all that man cares about is power, pure and physical power. House Steelwind and House Frege have been fighting for control of Weavengard for generations, and in this long-lasting era of peace, the Steelwind's military has become far less valuable to the crown. The only thing House Steelwind has done has completely mishandled these recent insurrections. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement with the Crown Prince, they might not even be considered a pillar family. The death of William Frege is probably exactly what Lucio Steelwind has been waiting for. That was definitely in line with what I'd heard about the Grand General. If it wasn't as if he were a stranger to murder either, could this have been another one of his assassinations? Not to mention, if our economy were to suffer, it would slowly create civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the Crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. I'm sure you can imagine how that might turn out. It's clear that you think Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain from this, but can you think of anyone else? Oops, shit. Harold Harrelson. That can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Harrelson probably gain from Frege's death? From what I've heard, William was planning to defund the Heraldson Hall of History. Really, why would he do that? I'm not sure of the specifics. Supposedly, Lord Heraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Weaving history from his exhibits. She's an illusionist, right? She could be impersonating someone here. That's possible. I don't actually know that she is actually a real illusionist. It seems like Eris is some sort of like eldritch deity thing, demon thing. So what she's doing might not count as magic, which might be why detect magic doesn't work with what she's doing. But this is the first time I could see her do something, see the effects of it, and have it like persist. And that also doesn't count as magic. So, you know. She could also just be a good enough illusionist that she can hide the fact that she's using magic, you know. Supposedly Lord Harrelson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Weaving history from his exhibits. This could also be like she's literally reality revising in a way, right? Like that's also possible. It's gotten blatant enough that he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They actually got into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. I heard that William declared that he'd be removing House Haraldson from his estate. I didn't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but I need to examine every possibility. He had the easiest access to the sort of spell eating, and he could have staged a robbery to cover his tracks. Beatrice Frege, what can you tell me about the defendant in this case? What? She's your client. Surely you would know her better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled the Frege estate 5 years ago. The effect would be on you, not the painting, right? It depends on how she's doing it. If she's messing with my mind and clouding something that I'm seeing, then what should happen is that Celeste would be able to detect there's illusion magic on me, and she might just say, hey, as an aside, there's like illusion magic on you. But it's not just me. If you assume they're seeing the correct painting and you weren't. I think I was seeing the correct painting and they're seeing the incorrect one, is my guess. I think it's been revised so that it now is incorrect. Like, she deleted that deliberately so I wouldn't see it. I don't know why. I have no idea who that person was or why I would care about that, but in doing so, she'd also blow to House Frege's reputation and directly insult the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. It was quite the scandal at the time, and Lucio wasted no time pushing his daughter into taking Beatrice's place. Honestly, the situation is just an absolute mess. And that woman's return will complicate things. Beatrice's return would complicate things? What do you mean by that? Do you find Beatrice's return to be inconvenient for you? What are you on about now? Please, don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine, if you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Leaf. Leaf? Since Beatrice showed no signs of returning, it was apparent that Leaf would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know when my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Leaf were arranged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would have been absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at the helm. You nobles are absolutely awful. I should probably consider myself lucky I was abandoned. Yeah, probably. Think what you will, I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with your generation. You have no sense of duty or obligation. Leif has already expressed resistance to their marriage, even though she was well aware of the details. Now she'll hide behind her sister to end the engagement altogether. Leif Frege was due to be married to Jaden von Sanctus. The arranged marriage was facilitated by William Frege and Lloyd von Sanctus. As part of the diplomatic marriage, House von Sanctus would be absorbed by House Frege. In return, Jaden would inherit the entirety of House Frege from William. Leif knew that this marriage would affect the future of House Frege. She has expressed resistance to the diplomatic marriage and is stalling for time. Lloyd von Sanctus worries that William Frege's death could cancel the marriage altogether. Leif never mentioned any of this. Also, can Celeste see her magic? She can't see my magic. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking that this isn't actually, like, magic. This is some kind of, like, demonic interference is why I'm thinking that. It seems like, what Tyrion's doing is, like, some kind of divine magic as well, so... He's using cleric magic, which is also what demons sort of use, actually, in certain versions of D&D or whatever, but they also sometimes use sorcery, but... Need to talk to her about this. Von Sanctus gave us a decent list of suspects. I probably learned everything I could from him now. Yeah, move. I want to examine this again, see if I can get a better look at it again. What is this thing? What, like, this little gremlin-y thing here? Why haven't we seen people like these ones here? Also, what's this fire over here now? Was that there before? I think it was, but still, that looks weird. Like the painting's on fire or something like that. Maybe it is. There's mages here. Okay, so Beatrice's room again. Leaf is hiding what her father was doing in his study. I doubt that she was doing this for any nefarious reason. She might not even think that's relevant to the case, but William Frey had many enemies, and he retreated in his study to do something that night. And that something could be related to why he was murdered. Oh, no. Wait, what? Oh, present. Really? Can't bring that up at all, huh? Alright, well. I'm just going to go ahead and save here. And then we'll try this anyway. Oh, back to the start again. Alright. Can I seriously not present her with, like, any of this stuff here? Like, I would have thought that this would be kind of important, actually. Yeah, we can see this sort of, like, is the sort of thing that, like, Tyrion can use. Like, Divine Edict reveals whether said covenant was forged in heaven or hell. Okay, did that do anything? I don't know if any of this actually is improving or, like, doing anything with the, whatever there. Alright, well, you know what? Let's just do this. I'm not sure how to get, like, the complete thing there. Something you're not telling us, Leaf? Because I have a feeling that you know more than you're letting on. What? What was your father doing in his study? I already told you, I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. My father's a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. Hmm. He's making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? I guess I just am flat out confronting him by reading her mind. Did someone else tell him? What? Why do you find the need to hide this from us? I didn't. The thought I saw earlier seemed to disagree with that. We only just met, so I understand if you don't trust us. But the Inquisition thinks that Beatrice murdered your father, and you're claiming she did so for his inheritance. It's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is probably the motive behind his murder. Which means that a lot of people have a lot to gain from his death, including you. What? What was she doing? Excuse me? I was not involved in this. How could you even think I would be capable of doing something like this? Prosecution clearly won't shy away from prosecuting members of your family. If your sister is truly innocent, where do you think they'll turn their attention next? I didn't mean to imply that you were involved in this, but it's clear that the murderer's motive was to take control of House Freyga. Let's get murder. Yeah, this is what I feel would work, but this means that their plan heavily relied on who William Freyga was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Freyga, how is your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. I already told you my father was a secretive man. He didn't share the details of his estate with me. Is that really true, though? What? I know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus, and I also knew that part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Freyga instead of you. You definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it, which means that you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me, Leaf? I can't trust you. It's true, you can't. What? You're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster, and you're a known dissident. You, the other Pillar families, and the Crown have much to gain from my father's death. How can you assure me that this information won't be used against my family? So that's why she was being so secretive. There's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. I feel like that's a good start, because I feel like that's true. But please understand, I'm only trying to find out who murdered your father. To do that, I need to know what kind of changes he was making to his will. It's likely whoever did this wanted to prevent those changes. So here's my guess of what was actually happening. I bet that Beatrice was actually being added back as the head of the household now that she was coming back, because he would rather it be under a Frega than under Von Sanctus at the end of the day, because of how like lowly Von Sanctus had sort of fallen, and the fact that he already scooped up a lot of his industries and stuff like that. So he didn't need them to come together. So I would bet that that's actually what was being changed on there. But somehow I can tell you're being sincere. Will you really protect Beatrice? Reassuring her would be the best course of action, but something in the back of my mind stopped me. I'll get to the truth of what really happened, no matter what it is. Okay, if that's truly what you're planning to do, I'll tell you what I know. I wasn't trying to be difficult, but I didn't know who I could trust. Considering the circumstances, it's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why, but my father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice had returned in his ruins. She's even more impudent than before. Did he tell you what their meeting was about? He didn't, and I honestly don't really care. I was just so happy that my sister had finally returned. My father clearly felt otherwise. Before he entered his state, he told me he'd be pruning the family tree. He said he was going to draft a will to disinherit my sister and several other members of her family. She already was, though, so I don't know why he would say that, unless he hadn't, I guess? They were friends and family members, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Has anyone found the draft of this will? No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. The modified will was missing. I doubt that would be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for probate before he died. But I couldn't discount the possibility that the murderer destroyed it. Does anyone else know about this? None. I didn't even tell Lucille when she was questioning me. Beatrice killed her father to prevent Leaf's marriage? That could be it. That could be it. I still think that there's the functional problem that she would have a difficult time doing it. I do think that that shouldn't be discounted. Unless there's something that we get to that, like, would let her bypass her blindness. Because, like, no matter what, like, Steelwind is saying about her capabilities and competency, until we sort of know how that could be done, like, finding the letter opener and so on and so forth, and somehow escaping from there would all be a little bit difficult. I am also expecting some form of animal to be involved, because we're looking at like a lot of scratch marks across a person, which I don't think are from a person. Because it would have established a motive for Beatrice. Anyways, thank you, Leaf. Tyrion, yes? My sister isn't a bad person. I'm metagaming it a bit, to be fair. I know, but she's in good hands. Ruby Tomorrow's the one defending her in the trial, after all. I mean, the reason that you're sort of like metagaming into that is that leaning into the idea that Tyrion sort of is willing to, not fully willing to trust Beatrice at her face value. I feel like that's too obvious a push that they're going for, and I think that she's doing something shady regardless. But I don't know if it would be the murder. I don't feel like the murder is pointing in that direction. Necessarily, unless she's part of a conspiracy to murder him. Alright, let's see if we can go find Harold. Oh, it is 6. It is time for me to get going. I'm going to move to where I think he might be, which is probably here. Harold Haraldson, this is a complete mess. As we entered the gallery, we spotted Lord Haraldson. He was inspecting the shattered remnants of the display case. He's working with Crown Prince. Can he be trusted? Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. It seems to be word had spread about my deals with Aster. Glad you seem to be doing better. Wait, what happened? It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Want to be wrong about it for sure. It'd be more interesting. Well, I do think that it's similar to how they were really sort of pushing towards, like, Eris being guilty in that one case, where she was guilty of a lot of other things, I'm pretty sure, but she wasn't the one who actually committed that one murder, even though she did instigate it. So, you know, that sort of, I think it's that sort of situation that we're looking at here, in my opinion, where she's caught up in something and it is unethical and not something we would personally defend, but I think that there's something else going on there. It is also possible that, like, we'll find some evidence further along the line that would let somebody commit that murder without being able to see. Like, maybe if you use transmutation to turn into a wolf and she turned herself into a wolf, then she would be able to, like, see if she's transmuted into something else, right? Like, maybe when you change from your human form to your wolf form, since you've got new eyes, you'd be able to see. But I don't know until we sort of see something that would provide evidence towards that. I'm not going to really speculate on that part. On the other hand, though, we are going to save here, and I am going to call it for today. But yeah, interesting case so far. I actually am liking this one more than I liked the previous one, because this one doesn't seem to have as many weird little roadblocks to sort of get in the way of progressing it. While still being something where I'm not really sure where things are going. I'm still suspecting the monkey in some capacity here, but that's again because I'm looking for animals in this case, and we've only seen two. We've seen that wolf, which we have no reference for, and these two are the transmuters. So if we're going to see someone turning into a wolf, it would probably be one of these two. And the person who can fit up or down the chimney would be the monkey, so that's kind of something that we have to sort of keep in mind, but I can't really say for sure with the evidence that we've sort of got here. He also does have a strong motive, and so on and so forth, and he's got the only person here who could have gotten access to the armbands of intellect that would be over here. So the only person who could easily figure out how to get the artifacts is this guy. But yeah, in any event, that's going to be our stream for today. I'll be hopefully back next Monday, but there's a chance I will not be. And there's, I might be busy on Wednesday. We'll find out as we get there. But in any event, I hope you found this one enjoyable. And of course, as always, hope to see you guys all next time.